Hello. Whoa, what is going on with what is that? That's weird. Weird. What up, YouTube? We're gonna start up Twitch. I feel like my mic is like uber close right now. Stay. There we go. We're good. Let's turn on the music. There we are. Something feels off. Something feels off. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls. Welcome to today. That's Friday. Today's Friday. Yes, today is Friday. Something feels so off and I don't... What the heck is that? Do you see that? Wait. Oh, it's my left arm. Something on my left arm. No idea what's going on. Anywho, today we need to fix Steam. As in, we need to make sure that Steam is connecting properly. And then not only is it connecting properly, but everything's working as it should. What up, Mandy? Game Devable, congratulations on first. The Captain Coder. Happy Monday indeed. I was about to do a little song, a little singing, but then I remembered I can't sing. So in order to save you guys from the ear troubles, gotta rate and run. Have a beautiful day. Thank you so much, Captain Coder. Johnson, welcome in. Limbo. I don't have a limbo, unfortunately. I don't have a limbo. Yes, indeed. Justin helps, welcome in. So what are we doing today? Today, do the limbo. I don't know about that one. We do have a Lambo redeem. We do indeed. But what we're doing today is we are preparing for our Steam release. Not release, sorry. Steam page release. Shave it? I did. I got a haircut. But we're preparing for our Steam page to go live. We're just waiting for Steam to look through it, go and do the thing. I want to change these GIFs a little bit because I think they're too big. I think I want to make them like half the size. I think that would be better. And then also probably fix up the stuff. But the big thing was get something out there, get something going first. That way we can start spreading the good word of Astro Yoinkers. The release date this is not correct. This is not correct there. It's gonna say 2026 when it does come out. So we wait another like 2 days or something, and then it should be available. But what we need to do today is I was trying to do a playtest and I realized our multiplayer isn't connecting on Steam because we did that whole multiplayer rework thing. And I didn't connect it properly to Steam. So that's what we're gonna do first. Can I test it? No. Are we just gonna send it and hope it works? Pretty much. But it's okay. I think Astro Yoinkers indeed. Indeed. It's a very noble profession being an Astro Yoinker. Because you're tasked with traveling around the galaxy and in search of these energy crystals whose name doesn't have a name yet. But then you can use those energy crystals, to fuel society. It's basically a multiplayer capture the flag game in space with a bunch of grappling mechanics and crazy power-ups you can pick up, like an orbital strike laser, all that kind of stuff. Just like a wacky, fun little time. And then also a lot of chaos once we implement the hazards as well. But I would want to see why Steam was not connecting. So we tried to host it and it wasn't switching over properly. I think it has to do with our change map and our global. Could call it Dilithium. That's totally original, by the way. I didn't see that from a popular sci-fi series or anything. I have a feeling you stole that, Sammy. Just a sneaking suspicion, if you will. Sneaking suspicion. I'll give you a name for the crystals. Germatite. I feel like I've heard this before. Yeah, we're still looking for... There's a couple names. Like, for example, what is the thing called that the astronauts have on their chest? So if you look at their chest, they have this like device, this thing, and this is what shoots their grapple out, and like they can swing around and all that. But what is that? what is that called? For now, we're calling it like the Gravitron core system. Just a little nod to the original name of the game, which was going to be Gravity, but then it was taken. So we're like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah. So we're just getting started here. I need to figure out why Steam isn't working. That's the big question. Oop, I clicked lobby. That was a mistake. Unobtainium. Yes, we could do that as well. Holy moly. That's the lobby. Oh yeah, Ika's been cooking with this lobby, by the way. We got our little rooms being made where we're gonna put our beautiful shower, where it's gonna be, you know, doing character customization things. And I don't know what this room's gonna be yet. We'll figure it out. But yeah, he's been absolutely cooking with it. We were thinking about making the players spawn up here, just so it has like that little bit of lore kind of feeling to it, if you will. Iron Man's battery thing in his chest. It kind of does, doesn't it? The why am I forgetting the name of it? The arc reactor. The arc reactor. All right, let's go back to our lobby manager. So if anyone has any experience in multiplayer or doesn't, I now have a very slight amount of multiplayer experience. I can now do multiplayer. We changed and refactored everything. So typically what you do is you go through RPCs, which is what we originally had, and that was working. But we're struggling with the disconnection and reconnection when doing RPCs. So Munglo offered up his way of doing multiplayer, which is really, really interesting. It's taking full advantage of Godot's high-level multiplayer API and using spawners, multiplayer spawners and multiplayer synchronizers to like catch each different section of the actual multiplayer. So for example, we have this lobby manager here, and this is in charge of all of our actual connections. So that's stuff like, let's go up to the join host button. So actually, let's go to start host. So it basically what it does is it creates our eNet peer, because we're doing peer-to-peer. It creates the multiplayer peer, sets it as a server with the max number of players being 6, and then that's it. It basically sets the lobby state saying, hey, I'm up and running now. And then it adds a member to this lobby manager spawner. That member is a lobby member. All it has is its peer ID, and then it has its connection state. So how is it connected? Is it running? Is it connected? That kind of stuff. So what that actually looks like, then it's also synchronized through the network. So what that looks like in game is you end up having a lobby manager with all of your connections, but these connections aren't actually in the game yet, because then what they do is these connections then tell the player manager, which is another spawner. This one's going to create all of the player data. So that is the important things that we're going to be referencing probably more often than not. That's like basically the innards of your player. So we got the player data being stuff like the player's name, their team, also their peer ID, and then their state, the state of their data. So that spawns these little nodes as well. And that's just, we generate that into a dictionary, easier to spawn, that kind of stuff. What about Omicronite, like Omicron per se 8 from Futurama? I have not seen enough Futurama, honestly. Not seen enough, unfortunately. Yeah. Freedom Forgium. I feel like that's too on brand. Too on brand. Yeah, a little too on brand. I swear I'm ready and running. Yeah, I thought you were going for a run. What's going on here? All right, so let's go. The player data, sorry, finishing what I was saying. Player data also has a synchronizer for synchronizing all that across the network. So then the player manager will spawn little player data nodes, and then those player data nodes will then go ahead and spawn our characters. So they'll tell the player spawners in each map, hey, we're gonna spawn you up. Pay to Winium. No, there will not be any pay to win in Astro Yoinkers. No, no, no. Just a one-time payment, bada bing, bada boom. Yes, no pay to win. No, no, no. No, no, no. So we see here that it does work. Oh, I also have to set up the loading screen because this looks ugly. Ugly. Bam. Bam. Maybe a microtransaction to buy some loot boxium. We did get a add to viewers game. Howdy, Sammy. We did get an add to viewers game, which was to add microtransactions because for some reason people want us to add microtransactions. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to do that though. Kryptonite sounds good. Oh, that one's definitely not trademarked or anything. Yeah, that one definitely not trademarked. Not going to cause any issues whatsoever. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we die. Cool. The other weird part is I noticed our lighting got a little mixed up. It looks like there's like really dark asteroids now. I don't know what's going on there. Probably gonna have to jump into the lighting and see what's going on there. Yeah. But everything seems to be working good. We have minimal errors, which is nice. When we were using RPCs, we had like 500 errors, 400, something like that. Now we only got 50, which is sweet. Sweet. Makes you feel better. I have microtransactions in my game. Only one thing you can buy called nothing. The description is, yep, you get nothing. That's pretty good. Howdy, Game Devable. That's pretty good. All right, let's close that out. So I got to figure out why Steam wasn't working. What was going on when we tried running it on Steam is you would go to connect, but that would be it. Like you wouldn't have anything else. Now, what I can do here, I don't have an extra computer to actually test Steam. So what I'll do instead is I'm just going to see if Space War's running, which is the testing app ID. See if that's running and see if it creates our lobby manager node for the network, creates our player data node for the data, and then creates our actual player. And then we can kind of debug it from there. I think that's going to be the best play. So clear that, play. Wait for it. A microtransaction for nothing. That's actually not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. All right, we're gonna switch the backend to Steam. We're gonna go host, private. All right, it's loaded. It's allowing Steam. We created a lobby. We don't see anything. We're in game though. Let's see if Space War is running. Space War is running. Sammy's playing Satisfactory. Okay. Go to the remote now. And interesting. Howdy, Captain Coder. Weird. We have no player data. We have no connection. Howdy, the Captain Coder again. Interesting. It just changed our map, and that was it. Lobby scene. Huh. I need to be satisfied, Cavino. Oh, I see. I see. That makes sense. Transition screen showing. Yeah. So these things did not go off. Has no players. Let's look at the lobby manager. No connection. Backend. Okay. Privacy. Interesting. Tell me how to satisfy you. What up, Mr. D-Boy? Oh, Sammy, take a hike. Oh, but we just started. We don't want to do that. Speaking of getting back in shape, I have started doing something. So on the days, so I've been missing a lot of my workouts, like a lot of them. And what I figured is I'm going to take stand up. The minimum thing that I'm doing every day now is the first thing I do when I wake up is I quite literally roll out of bed, slam onto the ground so then I'm in pain, and then I crank out some push-ups. That's the play. That's the play, because we got to get ready for the summer. We got to get ready to do some game dev on the beach, if you will. Ugh. Ugh. And we can't do game dev on the beach looking like a bum. So we gotta get back in shape. All right, let's plug this in. Where is it? Get it in there. Whoa. Oh, man. Okay. Where's my remote? Whoop. There we go. Whew. All right. Let's get going. So, what we need to do is figure out why that didn't connect. Very first part is the lobby manager. Create host. We get the lobby state offline. If it's not offline, because we only want to start a host if we're offline. That way we don't create multiple. We switch the lobby state so it's launching. If the backend is eNet, we create the peer. We don't create a peer over here though. No wonder why it's not working. Create lobby, on Steam lobby created. Let's see. Let's see, we set the lobby. If connected is equal to 1. Did you cut your hair? Oh my God. Have you tried doing it right? I'm trying, Wingpoo, I'm trying. And I did get a haircut. I did indeed. What do you think? What do you think? Har, har, har. I'm the funniest. What a villain. Biglin. Holy moly, I cannot speak right now. Bites. Hello. It looks fine. Ooh, that's not good. Usually when someone says, oh yeah, it looks fine, that means it does not look fine at all. Oh well. It'll grow out. I think it's a little like, look at that. It kind of does this weird thing. I don't know. It does this weird thing. I think it'll look better once it grows out a little bit longer. But oh well. Let's see. When I create the lobby, we take the lobby ID, we host with the lobby ID, we create, we're not creating a multiplayer peer though. Steam init peer. I don't think I'm doing that right. Let me look at the what we were doing before. In the multiplayer manager here. Actually, I think I deleted it. I think so. How do you say it? Vigilin or Vigilin? Vigilin. Vigilin bites. Duh. Steam running. Here. Local ID. Player name. Okay. That's connected to server. Add local player. That's just getting the Steam. Oh no, got it. What? Let's try in our main menu scene here. And we got the... Dang. I think I might have deleted it. How dumb. That's why you always comment out your code. You don't delete it. Yeah. Because I think what's happening here is when I start the host, here's eNet peer. Oh, know what I'm not doing? I'm not doing add member. That's kind of a big one. And then I'm not doing any of this. Copy that. We're going to do on lobby created. On lobby created. And then I'm going to post that stuff. So we create the player. We add the lobby member. We set the lobby state. And then we send a signal out saying, hey, host is ready. Yeah. Man, I want the new Stream Deck XL, but the software is garbage. Whoa. Yeah, I would imagine not having a Steam Deck. Whew. Imagine that. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Imagine being just like a little noob with your side buttons here. Oh, man. Jokers, thank you for the bits. It's a horrifying image there. Oh, and thank you for the goose. Bam. All right, let's see here. So now if I run it with Steam, host lobby, private. All software is garbage. I use a stone tablet and a messenger bird. Ooh. Oh, wait, that was it. I'm a genius. We're connected on Steam. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's that easy. All right, let me just double check. Yep, we got the player manager and we got the lobby. So that's that player data node here. And we got the connection node here. Dang, and it all just works. It all just works. Man, oh man. We do need to make sure that the joined though also works. So on Steam lobby joined, I think this is where we also have to add the member with the peer ID. I think so. Yeah, so we're gonna stop the game. And we have on Steam lobby joined. So let's go to join host here. Steam.join lobby, which then of course will connect to on Steam lobby joined with the lobby ID, the permissions, locked, and response. We don't need to worry about that. Steam.get Steam ID. So that gets the account ID. Oh, wait, what? We're just changing map to the lobby scene and returning? Oh, that's if we're the owner. Okay. Never mind. Connect to lobby. Okay. And we're not switching their anything else. So let's go to our eNet version, which is join host, create the peer, create the client. Yeah, so I think I need to make another peer if I'm not mistaken, which we do not. We just say Steam init peer connect. Fetus, congratulations on second. Kivino, today's my birthday. Happy birthday. I didn't know today was your birthday. Happy birthday. You got any fun, exciting plans? Player peer. Don't I need to make a peer though? Don't I need to? Var error equals peer dot create client. Maybe I don't need to. Multiplayer peer, Steam init peer, and then that's the lobby ID. I need to add member, but I think add member already gets called though from on peer connected. Yeah. With the peer ID. So that should fire when we connect to lobby. I feel like that goes above connecting, but yeah. I think I'm just gonna move that up. Yeah, that looks more right. Yeah, and then peer connects, but we do need to switch on peer connected. Yeah, we don't change the map at all. Interesting. So I need to call to change the map then here, which would be global. I'm just gonna copy this line here. Copy, paste, and then the true here under our change map is just to show our loading screen, which we also need to kind of make better. And hopefully that will just work magically. So let's commit that. Steam connection potentially fixed. Push. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, next up. I think that's fixed. I think. No idea though. No idea. Next up, we need to do some, probably the loading screen, making that actually look good and work good. That would probably be smart because we were having issues with the loading screen last time. We were indeed. And that's where we're gonna wanna load like all of our assets and everything else as that's going off. Yeah, yeah. Let me go to game, loading scene. Here we are. So we are doing in the process, we set the status. Resource loader, thread loaded. Oh, before I forget, exclamation mark leaderboard, pin that, bam. Manual. Load map, change map, that's all fine. Reset loading screen. Yeah, that should be okay. All right, let's see if the loading screen's gonna go off properly. So we want the loading screen to go off when we join a lobby. I think that's the first one. And then when we join an actual game. Yeah. Plan on tinkering around with a language I'd love to learn. We gotta start off simple. Start with some GD script first. Because I started about a year and 8 months ago now with no programming experience, no game dev knowledge. So I figured GD script is probably the easiest to start learning. And here we are. Here we are. But yeah, no, C++ and Godot does work. Someone who's doing a really good job with C++ and Godot is Nourish, Nourish, who also streams. I don't know how to program it yet. No, you wouldn't. You would hate to learn it. Manual memory management and pointers. You will cry every time. What up, Munglo? All right, let's see. So we got to figure out the loading screen for switching the maps. That's what we got to do. Yeah, first we got to get rid of this goose though. Kind of excited. Just a couple more days. We just have to wait for Steam to look over the page, be like, yeah, that's good. And then we can start on the whole process. I do have some really, and I mean like really good and partially cringy short ideas. Because we're gonna be spam marketing this game big time. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I took C++ class in college. It was rough. It was a rough time. C# and more modern languages make your life so easy. Interesting. How hard could it possibly be? The only thing I know about C++ is you do hashtag include IOStream, using namespace std because we're lazy. And then we do int main, and then you do cout hello world \n for a new line, bam, and then return 0 just in case, closing brackets. Bam. That's how you do hello world in C++. Meanwhile, in GD script, it is just wait, let's put it over. Let's use red. It's as easy as Hyper Game Dev, welcome in. How are you doing? Funk ready. Outputting a void. Print. Hello world. Hyper Game Dev on YouTube. Holy moly, the double platform raid. Hyper Game Dev. How on earth do you actually raid on YouTube? I've been trying to figure this out for so long and I just can't get it. I can't get it working. What were you working on? What were you up to? Boom. Shout out. Boom. Underscore. Wow. I was quick with that. Look at me go. Look at me go. Holy moly. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm subscribed to you on YouTube. I watch your YouTube videos. Holy crap. That's crazy. That's crazy. I guess whoever taught you C++ didn't know what they were talking about. Said to C++ you compile and run anything. That's true. That's true. All right. For those of you who don't know, we are making a game, of course, called Astro Yoinkers. We are preparing the Steam page. It's still in beta. Still in beta. We're just waiting for it to get approved by Steam, and then we're gonna start getting all the wish lists. It's gonna be pretty cool, pretty fancy. But basically, it's a capture the flag game in space with grappling mechanics and tons of power-ups and all that kind of stuff. Yay, raid! Yeah, Mandy, you're no longer alone there. But yeah. Check out the end of any of my recent live streams. I always go over the instructions. Oh, thank you so much. I will do that. I will most certainly do that. Beta, that's alpha. Well, the page is beta. The page is the beta mode. Give it a couple days and it'll be live, assuming Steam doesn't say no, it's bad. I didn't know what to do for the system requirements, so I just wrote an additional note saying it should work just fine on a potato PC, because it should. Keyword in that sentence is should. But yeah, what were y'all working on? What were y'all doing? Let me hit play, and I'll show you guys the actual gameplay here. C++ is significantly more sane, the power of C, but with a lot of added sanity. I remember this game, looks fun. Ooh, appreciate it. Let's see here. Host, private. So the loading screen is something I want to fix, because something's not right there. It's stuck at like 38% or whatever percentage. It doesn't go all the way. And it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good, and I don't like that. So this is our work in progress lobby that's going on right now. So this is like where you can run around, you can change your character, all that kind of stuff. Making a game like Wolfenstein where you film fascists instead of shooting them. Made some buildings and city layout stuff. That's sick. That's awesome. Super cool. A lot of universities teach C++ as if it's C, with a couple bells and whistles, leading people to hate a version of C++ that no one really uses. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh! Okay. This is because the loading screen isn't working here. That's why. But yeah, the whole idea is you're swinging around and you're trying to grab the flag over here. Boom. Oh, I missed it. That's awkward. Boom. Wait. Boom. There we are. You grab the flag and then you bring it to your base, not the enemy base. This is the enemy base. But the whole key, the key to the game, the reason it's called Astro Yoinkers is because you can yoink the flag from people. Boop. And then you grab it and then bam, you capture it with a really bad VFX that we got to change for sure. But yeah, that's the game. There's a bunch of power-ups as well, like my favorite, which is of course the orbital strike satellite. Boop. You grab that, you whoop, you swing over, you point it at the enemy, and then you look up in the sky, and then you hope that you don't get in the range of it, and then you blow. Oh, I blew myself up. But yes, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Is the sequel gonna be Astro Yeeters? No. No. We probably won't do a sequel. Probably not. Especially with like a multiplayer game like this, I don't think a sequel makes sense at all. Like, for example, even Overwatch. Overwatch comes out with Overwatch 2 and then they go, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Let's just rename it to Overwatch. Smart decision. So I don't think sequels make sense for like many multiplayer games like this. They can probably compile C++ to run in .NET if you fancy being cursed. I think that's what Nourish is doing with Godot. I think so. I have not heard of this language, Beatus. I have not. I've heard of a bunch of weird ones, but not that one. Do low level in C#, and also compile natively with the latest versions of .NET. Oh. All right, let's see here. So we want to do the loading screen. I don't think the loading screen was actually running when we were changing the map. So let's go to our lobby manager. And in the lobby manager, let's see, that's Steam lobby joined. Set lobby joinable, that's Steam. We just want to look for eNet first. Join lobby, create host. Here we go, join host. We're not, whoa. We are doing the lobby scene. That's for starting the host. Okay. That makes sense. This is hello world. Yeah, I don't, that's absurd. That's absurd. Person for C++ because it's always very clear what's happening memory-wise because it only does what I told it to and nothing else. That's one of the big reasons why I'd like to learn C++ eventually. Just because it gives, like, you have so much control that you can do so many different things. And that sounds awesome. Absolutely awesome. This program prints APL unreadable. That, my brain hurts from looking at that. I'm gonna look at the GD script where it's really easy for me to tell what's going on. So we have lobby scene true, which means that we are showing the loading screen. That's on host. When we join the host, where do we actually switch the scene? Are we doing that in the main menu? When you click the join button? We are. Ho-ho. Okay. Join rock. That goes to our lobby browser though, which we don't want that. So then in our lobby browser, which is that like list that shows up, coming from Hyper Game Dev, welcome in Derek. What is all this alien languages? This is an English chat. That's what I'm saying. I have no clue what's going on. With C#, if you pass a class, is it being copied? Is its memory being moved? What happens to its lifetime? Grab a PhD in vibes to figure it out. Do you think you should learn to code first? Wait, Kavino just learned what? Just learn assembly. I agree with Munglo. I need to learn how to actually program first. I mean, I'm kind of there. I think I'm at like a beginner level now. So like you have zero, which is where I started. And then you have like noob. And then you got beginner. Begin. Oh. Then you got the intermediates. Then you got the pros. Something like that. And I think it's safe to say I'm like here. I'm probably like here. I'm just above noob. Just above. Yeah. Yeah, write your own compiler in binary. No, there's only 0 and 1. Frankly, it's extremely valuable to know as a dev if you want to do C/C++/low level. Interesting. I mean, my goal here is we're trying to start a game dev studio. And so the big goal is I need to learn how to make games first so then I can properly lead a studio, you know? That's kind of the intention. Because I know there's a bunch of different moving parts and I need to have at least knowledge of all of them. That being said, I think programming right now is my strongest. I think so. Ooh, lobby scene. This needs to go to true. True. And then wait for player data to sync to server. That's on Steam lobby. I'm still gonna put it on true here, just so I don't forget. Don't bother unless you're wanting to get into the nitty-gritty development side, like engine/level C++. Captain Coda, congratulations on 3rd. Holy. To build a studio, I think we need many things to do. Yes, very true. Very, very true. Very true. This is when I say I want to build a studio, we do have a studio, technically, Freedom Forge Studios. But to actually build it out, this is a full 20-year plan. Like, this is going to be, it's going to take a long, long time. Very long time. We're only on, what, 1 year, 8 months in? Something like that. So it's going to take a lot of time. But yes. Let's see. Global change map. Lobby scene. True. That'll work. And then I think that's it. Oh, wait, this one? Not just goes back to main menu. That's fine. We don't need to load the main menu. All right, let's try that. The other big thing is I just think that making games in a team is more fun, first off. But also, I think you can make better games with a big team as compared to going solo. Okay, so that bar gets stuck at 38%. What about when we join? 37%. Why does it not fill to 100? Oh, and it also just doesn't work. Interesting. I'm preparing to apply at Larian as an engine dev intern. Ooh, that's exciting. That's really cool. Yeah, I know nothing about engine dev. I really know nothing about anything. That's the one thing I do know, is that I don't know anything. Why is that not working? Is the first question. Ooh, where's my cursor? Boom. You do have a huge pile of errors. That's true. But they're all, like, these ones are just not helpful errors at all. Player spawner, node is null. All the spawners are null. Interesting. Only hackers learn assembly. I don't know about that one. Null. Yep, they're all null. You got spawners in the scene. You're loading? Yes, we do. Of course we do. We have to. Would I think? Oh, actually, keep it simple. Don't do that. No. We have to, because the scene we're loading is our lobby scene. Yeah. Kevin, I added a few changes to the lobby map. You might want to check. Yeah, I'll check it out after this. Now kiss. Now go bald. I don't know about that one. The Captain Coder did say that they're going bald. That was confirmed. So I think the Captain Coder is going to be having a bald stream coming up, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to put words in someone's mouth, but they did say that. I have some thinning hair. I mean, at that point, the moment the hair starts getting thin, just get it all gone. Yes, the Captain Bald. There we go. It's a lot of red. It is. But yeah, what Munglo was saying is don't have spawners in there, but we have to, because you need to have avatar spawners in there. Grow a massive beard. That could work. I can't do that. When I grow a massive beard, it like puffs out and it like gets like super curly and weird. And it looks like one of those like stereotypical like Italian chef ones where he's like Mamma Mia and all that. It doesn't look good. Then you never have to change. Wait, hang on. Example, set up a node 3D as an avatar container where all avatars spawn in. Spawn them in through an avatar spawner. Load both at startup. Load both at startup. Then you never have to change. They always exist on clients at all times. Set up a node 3D as an avatar container where all avatars spawn in. Spawn in through a node avatar spawner. Wait, what? Spawner will follow the authority of network. Well, the problem with that, Munglo, is you have to remember how we're actually getting spawned in, or how people are connecting to the game. So, this is the old lobby. So what's happening here is you start your lobby scene as the host. Putting spawners in scenes you load is bad. Then I guess how else would you do that? Because you kind of have to for avatars. It makes things exist in odd timings and you have to do 10% or 10 times more work to avoid errors. No. So how would you do it this way? So what's going on here is you have your host. He spawns in, creates the lobby. Host. And then people, other clients, are looking through the lobby browser and they go, ooh, I want to join this person. And then they click and then they connect and then they spawn in. So we don't have the connection when we're in the lobby. You don't have the connection to everyone. You get the connection later on. And then you get the connection, then they get added into the lobby. Why do you think you have to? Further explanations needed. So the big reason is so we can spawner follows authority once it's sorted out. But the host needs to be able to run around in the lobby when they first start up the lobby. Then as people are connecting, then their character spawns in. Make sure they always exist. You don't have errors. You get now. So I just don't. Where would we put the? Why do you think the spawners have to be inside the scene? Because where else would we put them? Like just the player spawner does. You're doing some weird assumptions. So you don't want to put the avatar spawner in the scenes, and rather you're saying put the avatar spawner like at the top. It's enough to exist in the tree at the same place on all game instances. Well, they do in terms of their connection and their player data. But then we need to spawn in avatars. No? I'm very lost. Very, very lost. Boop. Well, they don't exist at all times. When they're connected, they do. So we have the, which means you get errors like you do now. No. What do you mean no? So I go host private. We load in. Not when they connect. Let's go to, because I think I'm getting confused with what you're saying. So right now there's a connection for the host. We go to join. They join. and now they're shown, they're connected on the player data side and on the connection side, so they exist. So then next up is, now that the connection in the data exists, we need to spawn in their actual playable character, which is the avatar. Different game instances will load different times. That causes the authority to start sending info to others that don't have it yet. You assume they are loaded. Well, yeah, I am, because they're right here. So we have to assume that that Godot's lying to us? That they're not actually there? I'm a little lost there. Let me get rid of this treadmill real quick. Hey. Whoa. So you just have to wait for them to load? That's what it seems like. Like, wait for the map to load before spawning them in. That's probably what, I think that's what Munglo's trying to say. Which, for that, we just need to put a signal on the loader. So on the loading screen here, we need to do some kind of signal. I remember doing a signal and it didn't work. So we need something to tell the host, hey, I just loaded. And then the host will say, okay, here's the spawn. Yeah. It's enough with the difference of 20 ms in time to cause a couple of packets that don't land. Right, right. So then that isn't enough though. So it's not enough to just tell the host when the player's done loading. You have to stop sending any traffic to the client until they've loaded fully. That means stop using public sinkers. Okay. So then in that case, I think you're wording it more difficult than it actually is. So basically the way I'm understanding this is just take the player spawner, set a filter on it for peer IDs. As they load in, you add the peer ID to the filter. Like once they're done loading, we get the signal saying, hey, I'm done loading. You add it to the filter and then it will start sending data to that peer. Do what I said. Using custom network visibility, you have to stop sending any traffic, means stop using public sinkers. Yeah, but you have to manage the peers at all times, so on. That's a lot more work than just doing the way I said. What is the way you said though? Using custom network visibility filtering. What did... I don't understand what this means though. Set up the container and spawner so they exist in the tree on all game instances. Set up the container and spawner so they always exist in the tree. So you're saying take the player's spawner and the player's node, take these and put them up in the tree. Do you have an elbow controller for your player mesh? An elbow controller? No. No, I don't. I have an IK set up. Specifically so then they can hold a crystal. So move the player spawner and the players to something else. But then what happens when we load into a new map? That means when instance B connects to A, the spawner and sinkers can start sending info as soon as they see B on the network. Everything will exist, no errors. You would unspawn/respawn the avatars, I assume. Oh, so we would want to get rid of them. I have arm IK, but the elbow is acting a bit meh on certain angles. I think the way we did the elbows was... Where is it? It was just messing with a different look at... Where the heck is it? Left arm. Yeah, we had a left arm marker as the target node. And the target node was some weird... It was like... I think this is actually... No, that's not it. I don't know where the look at is anymore. No idea. It was something weird though. Remember the spawner makes it synced across the network, so you want no avatars. If you want no avatars, you remove them. Right, but I'm trying to not add and remove avatars because that's really heavy for the game. And so we're trying to basically pool the avatars instead. So like when they die, they're not actually getting deleted and getting remade. They're just moving. That way it's a lot easier on the game. And I know I'm very confident that pooling is the play here. But I don't know how that would work if you have two different maps. So if you have the actual space map, which also has a lot of spawners on it, because we need to spawn in the fractures, the asteroids, procedurally generated asteroids, the flag, the items procedurally generated as well. That wouldn't make sense to put all of these top level, would it? I don't think it would. Animating via Blender. I see. Yeah, I don't think that would make sense. That's why I'm a little confused. Let's go to the lobby scene here. And we're gonna do... There has to be an easy way to do this. I would think it would be the filtering idea I had, where as they load in, you add them to the list, and then they'll take in the traffic. But I guess you'd have to do that for every spawner. And every synchronizer. That would, yeah. So I think step one, regardless of any way we do it, is we do need to make sure that the loading screen will get something. Like we'll send out some kind of signal saying, hey, I'm done loading. Imagine this, 10 game instances. First is the host. The other 9 are clients. The other 9 connect. Okay, so we have the host and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Host completes and spawns in. Yes. Host is in. Host completes and spawns in. As that happens, the spawner tries to find its copy on the other 9 instances so the avatar can be replicated. But the other 9 instances only have 6 loaded. Wait, 9 instances only 6 have loaded the level. Others come in over time, but they already missed the sync opportunity until the spawner reconnects. Right. But what happens if, like, for example, let's say, what is this? We'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Oh, I have 11. Oh well. Let's say that for 4 through 10 are not connected to the network at all, and they join in later. They're not gonna have that spawn because they're connecting later. So there might be 3 people running around in the lobby. There'll be 3 avatars running around. Then 4 connects to the network and gets added in. The alternative is that you do several steps, make sure client loads in, get flagged as loaded, added to the filter, and then told by host to spawn in. Spawner will replicate and do all the work for you. I think that's probably our best play, because otherwise we can't take in people just loading into the game. Because the way you're talking about it is that they're already all connected. So anyone connecting will see everything, but that is only if they have the spawner and container as they connect. But that is only if they have the spawner and container as they connect. That's why you keep spawner and container in tree root and do that from launch. So, are you suggesting that we need to have every single spawner on the route? Because what if we have different maps? If you want to keep it simple, I don't think we can. I think that's kind of the problem, is I don't think we can just keep it simple. I don't think that's like possible. Unless it is, unless I'm very mistaken here. But if we have why wouldn't you be able to? So from what you're saying, we'd have to take basically all of these minus the spawn synchronizer, take all of these spawners and put them at the root. So everyone has one of these. And then as they connect, they already have it, so then it will get called. What happens if we change map and we don't have an asteroid spawner? What if we have a planet spawner? I guess at that point, we'd have to make all of the scripts like modular. I guess that's what we'd have to do, is make everything modular. But then what about when you disconnect? The spawners will still be there with everything on it. So you'd have to clear out the spawners, as compared to just throwing away the entire scene. That sounds like a lot. Like a lot. Because these, like, for the asteroid spawner might have 200 plus asteroids in it. and to take those 200 asteroids and clear them all out as compared to just throwing away the scene. Network goes away, so they would despawn things. I guess, is despawning as like heavy as I'm thinking it is? Because in my mind, like, trying to despawn anything is kind of insane. Believe me, it is way simpler than controlling who sees what on the network. No, I believe you. I believe you. I'm more so concerned about, is it more proper, like, in terms of how heavy it is? Because there's no point in making a simple system if it doesn't work well. Like, the key is you have to make it work well and be simple enough to understand. So if we're spawning in, depends on what you're spawning, but overall shouldn't be concerned about instantiation lag until it is noticeable. That is when you tackle it and object pool. Well, we're already object pooling. That's the other whole thing here, is we're already doing that. Because we did notice the instantiation lag. Because again, 200 physics asteroids getting spawned in and exploding and breaking. Not to mention the actual explosion parts, which are also pooled. Like, everything is pooled. Let's see. What the heck is this? Oh, depends on what you're spawning. I heard that. Go back to indeed, Sammy. Indeed. Because I see what Munglow's saying, but I'm afraid it's too simple for what we're doing. Like, I can't imagine it being that easy. Say you load a map with asteroids. In that load, it would set up the pool. You would use a level object spawner to spawn them on the network, and that spawner and the container would be in the tree root. Okay. So if I move the asteroid spawner to the root, man, that's reworking so much. Object pooling over a spawner is again causing the same issue. With client side, since they might not fully have loaded into the level, their pool isn't ready. So if it's just going to cause the same issue, we should just leave the spawners in. and then do the network filtering, which is a little bit more work, but so you'd move the pooling to be outside the scene. We'd have to make it a global at that point. That is like, I'm just saying, what is the easy way? It doesn't sound easy though. I think that's the thing. Because the weird part is that it works when we don't do a loading screen. Like, it all works. That's what I do, but I also divide the world into regions and limit who sees what on network, what part of the world they have currently loaded. Well, we don't have a world, so we don't have to worry about that. We just have one map, and we want everyone to see the entire map. A bit more simpler. Yeah, the weird part is that it works when we don't do the loading. Yeah, you can get away with a lot. Yeah. It's purely on the loading that it doesn't work. And it's because, I don't know why. I think it's because it's taking longer to load in because we stop everything. We say, all right, now you load in. Also, Enet's just faster anyways. Any timing differences cause network failed packets. Right. So we load in here, that's fine. We join, and it doesn't work. Because we took too long. But he is in on the host side. Because the receiving node doesn't exist. Right. Because here it's null. I feel like why wouldn't the easiest solution of just saying, where is it? Lobby scene. This one. Why wouldn't we just, that's data though. Yeah, no, this is creating the ad player. Why wouldn't we just, instead of doing on peer connected, just wait for the lobby to load in and say, hey, the lobby's loaded now, you have all the spawners, then do it. You so wrong place now? Eh? Peer connect is from lobby to create player data. Right. Has nothing to do with level loading, spawning the avatar. But the part, I guess the part that's confusing me is that we tried doing the enter tree thing. That doesn't work. Because of the child enter tree, and then we connect a new one. We can't do that because it doesn't work because they have different children that are entering. Yeah, it just like straight up didn't work, Monklo. This was the only way to make it work. What are you talking about? So this is for spawning the player into the game, like the avatar. Because I think it's I don't know why this signal's going off again when they connect. Naming. Wait, isn't the player data? No. The player is the avatar. Player data is the player data. Why do you have peer connected tied to avatar spawning? Because the child enter tree wouldn't work. And we found that peer connected did work. The exact reason why, I don't really know. I only have my guess, which is because they have different trees. Oh, you are so lost now. What do you mean? Like, this works, Munglo. That's the crazy part, is that all of this works when we don't have the loading screen. Yeah. When we don't have the loading screen, it all just works. Otherwise, it doesn't. Ika, welcome in. The enter child is for non-host to populate the player collection, nothing else. Right, but that still didn't work, which is the crazy part. What were you working on, Ika? What were you doing? Enter child's for non-host to populate the player collection. Of course it works. Then we were doing something wrong because it was not working before. So check this out. If I don't load the scene when we connect, it's gonna work. The peer connected works. Add some cool stuff to the lobby. Sweet. We like that. Let's go here. Host. I'll have to push the changes. Sounds good. Let me make sure. Switch off loading. Bam. Should be good. Join. All client does is see player data node added, then adds the node to the player collection. All client does is see player data node added, then adds that node to the player collection. So why is this working then? This is on peer connected. We spawn in the avatar, and we can see it's working. Spawning an avatar has nothing to do with it. Wait, what do you that's what we're talking about. We're talking about spawning the player, the avatar, not the data. Like, we're just talking about the avatar because we have the data. That's already set. We have the connection, we have the player data. And now we're just trying to spawn in the avatar. That's all that we're trying to do. Player data is good. That one's set. That one's done. So now we got to figure out the avatar spawning. When we put on a loading screen, the avatar doesn't work. If we don't have a loading screen, then it does work. So all the player isn't the player, it's the avatar. Yes, everything that is player is the avatar. So again, what do you spawn an avatar on Peer Connected? What up, Brainoid? What do you spawn an avatar on Peer Connected? Why do you spawn it in? It is the player manager that spawns the player's avatar. Wait, the player manager spawns in the player data. And then the player avatar is spawned by the player spawner that is on each individual map. Are we a bunch of data to you? Just you, Brainoid, because you didn't come to Munich to come see me. Just you. You're just data to me, Brainoid. Everyone else, they're real. Player manager manages players. Want to spawn a player? Player manager spawn avatar. Oh. I'm a data center, all right. Data center of bad jokes and ditching people. Yeah. Player manager manages players. Want to spawn in a player manager spawn avatar. I see you hurt, man. You do indeed. You do indeed. Okay. Wait. I think I'm seeing the loss here, the confusion. So what you're saying is the player manager, which is a spawner that spawns in the player data nodes. You're saying that this spawner you're running parallel systems. It's not just a spawner. It is the manager for players. Anything player related should go through here, including the avatar. Want to kick, spawn, ban, rename, teleport, freeze, and so on. So then how do we spawn in avatars on the map? You're saying we don't want a player spawner on the map itself. Rather, we want another spawner in the player manager to spawn in the avatars. Because the custom spawn function for the player manager is the player data, the node with our data on it, which is our data state, our pure ID, our team, our player name. This we didn't do yet. And then the player is the one with the physics process that does all the movements and all that. Think like this. Want to mess with player data, always go through player manager, change some player data, go through player manager, so you can check who tries to do it, reroute to host, and so on. Okay. So then yeah, so I'm still lost on how this guy gets spawned then. I'm waiting for Mungalo's no. It already happened, Ika. It already happened. I don't think I did the shout out, by the way. Nope. Oh wait, shootout. Here we go. Here we go. Say a player wants to change their name. The game instance for them would do player manager, request name change, new name, then jump to host with an RPC, handle name change. Yeah. That way we have a clear flow of the code. Okay. But again, how do you do the actual player avatar though? I was under the impression you do player manager that manages all of the data, and then from that data we spawn in a player that gets the dictionary from that data to set its authority, set its assigned peer, its name, and its team. So then it can actually control the player and all that. The reason you do it through player managers because it verifies there is a player. But we're already verifying through the spawn. Like right here is where we verify. On peer connected fires as a client connects. That is before that client has been validated and has their player data created. Except for some reason, it's firing after they've been validated. Right? Let me put a print in. Print peer connected trigger avatar spawn. Do host private. Okay, join fake. So here we have the member was validated. Here's the client right here, 1638. It gets validated. It then it connects and then triggers the spawn. So it does happen after it gets validated. Like this is a valid peer. Once it's connected and validated, then the on peer connected fires and triggers the avatar spawn. Do you see where the confusion is here? Say a client connects mid-game, lobby validates, so player manager creates the player data. But since it's mid-game, the state will be set, maybe spectator, you might want to force them to spawn in directly. That is downstream from the player data being created. Don't we want that downstream of the player data being created? Like we don't want to make an avatar unless we have player data. Now you're jumping the gun and plugs in and runs parallel. They'll come back and bite you if anything changes in timing. Where are we jumping the gun though? Because we have, you want the creation of player data to potentially cause the spawn of them as an avatar. Oh, and you're saying we don't want that. We want that more separated to where you do the connection, you do the player data, and then separately, you then say, okay, now we can create the avatar. Depends on the state of the game you're in. All that matters. Post-game, pre-game, lobby, mid-game. And you would create player data, you deal with it as needed. I mean, that's what we're doing though. Like the player avatar will not be created unless there's a player spawner on the map. Bypass that? With hooking it into peer connected. But we're... The don't mix that up in the game logic. Yeah, I don't know why the peer connected is working. Now you want players to spawn, do that. Now you, someone connected, gotta try to spawn them. This is shaky at best. So instead of saying someone connected, try to spawn them in, we want to say someone connected, pause, try to spawn them in. So it's just separating it out a little bit more, even though it's doing the same functionality that because we want that functionality. Like the moment someone connects, we want them to have a player, because they can't connect unless there's a lobby in the first place. Okay. Give me one moment. We got ads running. I'm gonna check on the words real quick. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. And then when we come back, we're gonna figure out what the heck is going on here. And I'm still confused. Still very confused. Even more confused, actually. Because I thought it would just be a lobby sync. Boop. Wait, here we go. Words up. Oh, words is not connecting. Interesting. What the heck? Start. There we go. There we go. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then when we come back, we will figure this out. Yeah. Boop, boop. I've returned. Oh my god, Cavino's back. I miss you so much. Thought my life was out without you. Holy moly. Turn those words off. Be right back up. Webcam on. There we go. There we go. 62 points. Dang. Dang indeed. All right. Let's figure out what's going on here, because I understand that. What up, Miku? That connecting the onPure connected is a connection thing, and that we wanted that separate, and that this pretty much has nothing to do with when we connect, but at the same time, we just want to spawn the avatar the moment they connect anyways, and that they've been validated as like an actual connection. Do you? Yeah. Why wouldn't we? Close that. What if the host is mid-level swap? Then nothing would it wouldn't fire. There would just be the data sitting there. Because the spawners are on the individual maps. Miku, you don't have to resend it. I saw it. I haven't smoked for 9 hours, but then the agitation and tiredness was too much, and I vaped. That's fine. That's fine. Again, it's not about quitting cold turkey. It's about reducing the time between each individual time you smoke. Yeah, and spawners on the maps are another issue. But are they an actual issue? Because they're not seeming like an issue. He has his own folder in the project? He does. He does. They are, unless you do 10x to the job. Now we round the talk 10 minutes. My problem is I guess I'm not understanding what makes it a color so isn't deleted on accident. Wouldn't. It's crazy. Because the players can't spawn. We don't want the player avatars to spawn unless there's a map present. So I added some maps that did some changes to the map. You want the host to control exactly when an avatar spawns, which we do through the connected. Host knows the when level loaded and so on. Right, it's already doing that. The host goes, all right, I'm loaded. But there is part of the issue. I don't know where the first part is. For the host to load someone in, they need to know what instance loaded the level. The game running, that's why. So what's going on here? Nice haircut, by the way. Thank you. For the host to load someone in, they need to know what instance loaded the level. What instance loaded the level? So you're saying like when you say what instance loaded the level, you're saying the host has their game instance, and we'll just draw like the little asteroids there, and then you have a client that loads in, and the host needs to know whose this is, so then it can properly spawn the things in. Which is what we're currently doing, where on Peer Connected, the client ID is sent over, and then the host will then spawn in that stuff based on the ID. So Peer connects, the host tells the player, we are playing this level, so load that. Instance comes back, says it loaded done. Host gets good, I can start sending traffic to you. Ah, okay. I see where what's happening. So what's happening right now is the client jumps in and the client's going, or sorry, the host loads the lobby. Host loads a lobby. And then the client also loads a lobby. And so then when they connect, the host goes, hey, this is what's in my lobby. And then the client goes, okay, and then puts it in. That's what's currently going on. Like they're just loading in the map immediately. 50 ms off is catastrophic. Yeah, this isn't timing safe. Yeah. Thought was the loading screen would help us keep the timing safety. And any timing throwing it off makes spawners desync and break. Right. So what we need to do is we need to say when in the player manager on member validated, add new player data. Add new player data. The host will spawn in that player data and append it to the dictionary. Losing my mind trying to figure out which specific scene out of many scenes a label is placed. Ugh, I feel that. I feel that. Yes. But wait, put spawners and containers in tree root. You're saying kiss, but then you're saying to keep it simple, but then you're saying don't do something simple. You're saying keep it simple, break the entire project and rebuild it from the ground up. That's not keeping it simple. That is simple. Monglo, you're telling me to rebuild the project from the ground up. I'm saying the other option's way more work. You're free to do that if you want. The other option's way more work. So the other option else needs to be very tightly controlled and clear in logic. So it's just to get it out of my brain then. Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with. Just to get it out of my brain. Having the client loading in the scene and then telling the host, hey, I just finished loading, can you spawn me in? Is not doable. It doesn't work. I say sell your house and pay Mungalo to do that. I don't own a house. I actually just redid the studio finances last night, and I'm happy to announce Freedom Forge Studios has made a total of $17. We are positive, folks. We are positive. It depends on game state. Depends on game state. Assuming there is a lobby/level loaded, but all that has to be exactly the same across all instances on the network unless you have avatar spawn in the true root. Can you explain what's happening in human terms? I'm trying to decipher what Mungalo's saying by taking Mungalo's smart speak, because Mungalo speaks very intelligently, and I'm trying to dumb it down to something that, like, you know, your everyday game dev, your everyday beginner game dev can understand. That's currently what's going on. Yeah. Worst case, you get someone running around with an avatar in the main menu. But we don't want that happening. That sounds horrible. Because right now, that is impossible. It's impossible for a player to run around in something that we don't want a player to be in. Can I ask something? Of course. Sure, but what does it mean? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why did you even go this far if you knew this was going to happen? Knew what was going to happen. The problems with timing? I didn't know this was going to happen. Yeah, no, I had no idea about any of this. But you could always spawn an avatar in without it throwing errors, causing spawner to desync, breaking all avatars. All timing issues disappear if the node exists. Okay. That is why you keep it simple. Okay. So let's do this then. Didn't you follow Mungalo's multiplayer system? Yes. I did. So, step one. I'm so confused right now. Me too. Me too, Ika. So what we need to do is take the player spawner node, and we want this to be a global along with the player manager and the lobby manager, right? So then we remove it from here. Player spawner, I probably don't need a player's node. I just keep the player spawner and add it to itself. I would start moving the avatar spawner to the tree root. Okay. So I think this is the exact same thing as the one in the actual game. Spawn player. Yes, it is. So I can just take this You call it global. Freak me out, but sure. Yes, that's what it is. It's a global. It's a global. All right, so I'm gonna rename this to Avatar Spawner. That way we don't have any confusion. So let's do save branches scene. 4 hours of work and he's not even checking it. What are you talking about, Ika? We gotta lock in. We can't just drop everything. Player is not equal to avatar. Wait, what? This is not the. We're talking about the player spawner, which spawns in the player's avatar. Right? That's what we're doing. This is the avatar. Is what you should call it. Well, that's what I'm saying. I know, I'm talking about keeping naming clear. Okay, so okay, that's what I was saying, was to rename this to Avatar Spawner. So, name it as Avatar Spawner. Great Uncle Pixel, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? Give me one sec. Excuse me. Holy moly. Holy moly. You're getting rated way more than you deserve. Wow, I see how it is, Ika. I see how it is. You hate me. I get it. Bless you, my coder. Thank you, Sammy. Okay, so... See, even Sammy gets it. Well, I understand that too. Here. Yes. Was working on space deflators, adding and debugging bosses. Ooh, that sounds exciting. We are reworking our multiplayer here. For our game Astro Yoinkers, which is hopefully the page is going live within the next couple of days. We're just waiting for Steam to accept it. And then we can start getting some wish lists going. But yeah, we're trying to rework the multiplayer so that it works a little bit easier, a little bit neater, a little bit tidier. And then we still gotta do full controller support as well, which is gonna be fun. And key binding, but I think that's gonna be really easy. I think, yes. Much more elaborate graphics than my games. I use pixels, big chunky pixels. You know, I kind of got that feeling from the name, Great Uncle Pixel. Kind of got that feeling. Yeah, I do. So we have, actually, I have never made a 2D game before. I've only been doing 3D. That's it. Only 3D here. Boom. So I have no clue about 2D. I started game dev a little like a year and 8 months ago and just jumped straight into 3D because I was like, that's what I like. I like 3D. I want to do 3D. Migrate / refactor, so avatar spawns in on spawner in container in tree root. You don't have to worry about time. Oh, wait. So Munglo, are you saying that this avatar spawner? What up, Nox? Well. If it ain't Big Kavina with the iron on his hip. Wait, isn't it Kavina with the big iron on his hip? No, that is the player spawner. No, this is the avatar spawner. This is the avatar spawner. Avatar. I just saved it. This is the avatar spawner. The naming didn't change across the project yet. Get that out of your head. Player spawner is avatar spawner. So this player's node, which is the avatars, done more 2D than 3D technically. I've never released a game project. Ooh, you should. You definitely should release. I'm a big fan of making people release their games. Because, like, why are we making games if we're not releasing them, you know? It's the iron with the Kavino on its hips. Oh. Ultima 4? Quest of the Avatar. Getting Munglo confused. Dang. Sure takes talent. Nah, it's super easy. Move that tree root where it stays always. I think that's what you call a global. So this is part of the question. Is do we need to have a separate node to put the player avatars in? Or can we just make them a child of the spawner like we do with the player manager and the player data nodes? Data. That's the first question. What up, Seshmara? I just never got around to finishing them. I've got a big RPG Maker project, but I'm really investing my time into my 3D project right now. I see. So that spawner is a multiplayer spawner, and it should have a Node 3D spatial node that spawns the avatars under. But your spatial stuff might be a bit messed up already. I have no idea. So, okay, because that's going to cause... I'm trying to think of how I can do that globally. I would have to do a... Because if I put it here, this is an instance. This will turn into a game instance. So I can't just... And tree root, make a node spawners. That's the part is the only way I know how to do that is through a global, which is that thing that shows up with the tree root. To always exist. Could be under game if game is always loaded. It is always loaded. Game is always loaded. But then the question is, how the heck do I get that? Hope you don't mind. I have you as background noise while I'm reviewing my script writing. It's 1 a.m. and I need to overdose on coffee. No problem, Nox. I do not mind at all. Do not mind at all. So now I'm trying to think, how the heck do I access? Spawners is a contender for the singleton pattern. I'm trying to think of how would I even get access to the spawner if I put it as a child of game. Because if I add, so if I take the avatar spawner, let me close some stuff out. Demo room, close that, close that. If I take the avatar spawner, do you know how to make a singleton? Kinda. This. It's a global. Or you could do a static variable on the class and call it current. That's another way. No, an actual singleton. I don't know if you can do that in GDScript. GDScript, how to make singleton. I think it's a global. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a global. You should. Well, I know how. the thing is, Mongolo doesn't know GD script. And so it gets very confusing because GD script takes a lot of these concepts and then just like shoves them together. Yeah, it's literally a global. That's a singleton. GD script makes things easier, but obfuscating, so nothing makes sense. I mean, yeah, you're not thinking about it from the perspective of like a noob, like someone who's new to game development. You're thinking about it from someone with more experience. It's obfuscating the stuff that like 90% of game devs will never think about or need to think about. Because again, no one really makes multiplayer games, at least in Godot. I don't see many. And if they do, they just end up starting in single player and then they'll hire someone else to do the multiplayer stuff. Let's see. So do the renaming while I try a thing. What are you doing? What's the plan? So we're trying to figure out how we're going to take this avatar spawner and we need to figure out how we're going to A, make it a global, and B, set the spawn path to the player node within game. I think I could just on the game start set it. Can't you make a global at C#? C# can make globals. Yeah. I'd hire someone to do the multiplayer stuff if I had money. I feel that. All right, let's see. So yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll take the avatar spawner. We will not set a path. And what I'll do here, then do that and keep GD script as is. You're saying mix the languages? Is that what you're saying, Ika? That's not, you'd have to download the .NET framework to be able to do that. So what we'll do is we'll go, because I don't think I could. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Do this. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. Oop. Oop. Do this. Delete that. Avatar spawner. Yeah, like you can't write, you can't just be like see out hello world. Like you can't just slam it in there, or I guess it would have to be std because I'm not using namespace. Yeah. Okay. Project settings. Avatar spawner, node name, avatar spawner. Must not collide with existing global script class name. What? It doesn't. Why is it saying it does? Avatar spawner is invalid name. Save. Like you can access its variables and functions. And GDScript reads C#. I don't know. Nor do I even know C#. That's the other big thing. is I don't know C#. Like I can take a look at it and try to read it, but I don't know it. Avatar spawner's invalid name must not collide with an existing global script class name, but that doesn't. There is no avatar spawner. There is. What the heck are you? Where are you? What the heck is visual avatar? Let's just delete that. Old. Yeah. Now we can do it. Bungalow has an avatar singleton already, so what do you mean? Boom. There we go. Okay. So then what I need to do is come over here, add a node 3D, player avatars, unique, go to game, slam that in, and then what I'll do is on, I guess I could do on ready, avatar spawner dot spawn. There's a get path. How do I set the spawn path in a spawner? Oh, it is just dot spawn path. Okay. Dot spawn path equals player avatars dot get path, like that. So now that should work. Can you fix my hyper-specific problem? What is your hyper-specific problem? Maybe I can. No promises though. I could try. Okay. So now that we have the spawner, we have the custom spawn path. It's now a global. So what we want to do is in the lobby scene, let's go to add player spawner spawn with the player data. Instead, we're just going to call avatar spawner spawn, and then take these two, delete them, and then delete these like that. Yeah. Let's see what that does. Player spawner and current scope. It's on the map. Yeah, because that doesn't exist anymore. Oh, I'm just being smart. Oh, I see. Map. Because it's a map. So then avatar spawner. Avatar spawner. Okay. Try it again. Spawn path value node path and base type nil. Interesting. Let's do it on enter tree instead. if we can get that reference going. No. Get path on a null value. Player avatars is saying it's null. But it's right there. So... Yeah. The on-readies are all null as well. So I need to wait for these guys to load in. So how do I wait for them to load in? Because this ready is getting called first, is entering the tree first. So the children aren't there yet. I could wait a timer, which would work, but that'd be really dirty. On first spawn, check if path set, if not set it. Well, that's what I'm doing first. I'm trying to set the spawner path. But I have to set it from the game because the player avatar's node is inside the game while the avatar spawner is in the root above it. On first spawn, check if the path is set. If not, set it. Again, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Because I need to... The way the tree is set up is you have the avatar spawner here. And then you have the game. And then in the game, you have the actual node that you need. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get game there. This is why a player manager spawn player makes sense. I think you're skipping a step from where I'm at. I'm doing something far like before any of that is I have to figure out how to actually get it. And then in the node, you have 5 more scenes, and within those 5 scenes, there are 6 more scenes. And then, yeah. Player manager should know the avatar spawner. It does. That's not the problem. The problem is the spawn path node. This guy. That's the problem. And it's trying to get that. No reason the game should. Well, you said to put the node that they spawn to, the spawn path, under game. Unless that's the thing we put that in the maps. Where's the avatar spawner? Above this. Is there a way I can like... No, there's not a way I can see it. Why? It should be the same place. Because it's a global. Why are you overcomplicating things? I'm not. I'm doing exactly what you said to do. You said make it a singleton, which I did. Right here. And then you said put the node of the avatar, the spawn path node under game, which I did. And now I need to figure out how I'm going to set this guy's spawn path to this. So the issue is the spawn path, yes. Other way. Set the spawn path on the spawner. Do that on the first. On the first spawn, if the path isn't set. Right, but getting this path, I'm trying to figure out how to actually get that path. So what I can say is under spawn player, if spawn path, then I can't just do game dot spawn path or whatever the thing's called, because that's a class that doesn't have the instantiated one in. So I'd have to maybe set game as like a static variable, but then that's gonna change on everything. Get tree, get node. Get tree, get node. I could do a group. Get node. And then I do root slash game. So if I do like root slash game slash player avatars. Oh, and then I have to do spawn path equals get path. Wait, no path string opera. Oh, it's actually a null. Like that. So that might get it. Might. See if it gets it. Okay. Cool. So now I host private. Non-existent function spawn in base nil. You're telling me the avatar spawner is nil. Avatar spawner is nil. Because it didn't load in. Why did that not load in if that is a global? Must not collide with existing global script class name. But it's not. What is going on here? Oh, it doesn't even go anywhere. Avatar, let's look it up. Find. Maybe that just didn't save well? I think that's just a Godot issue there. Not a Cavino issue. Boom. Host. Private. Nope. This is gonna... I'm gonna have to reload the project. I think that's what it is. Oh, by just waiting 5 minutes, now my GD script singleton works. Eh? Listen here, boyo. Programming is all hocus pocus, black magic. You know best to stay away from it. You got that right. Got that right. Okay, parse errors. Fine, because that's just from the old stuff. Let's see if it finds it magically now. How is this null? Avatar spawner is null. What is going on? Avatar spawner. Oops. Project settings. Globals. Avatar spawner. Do I need to push it up more? Put it up in the hierarchy? That doesn't make sense though. Remove it and re-add it. Make it a singleton. That's what this is, Munglo. This is making it a singleton. Avatar spawner, scene, open, add. No, that is UI fluff. Munglo, you're telling me to make it a singleton, but that's literally how you make a singleton. What do you mean? That's how you do it. Right here. Godot global stuff, their version of it, just like Signal is their version of events. Oh, thank you for the goose. Do an actual singleton. I have no idea how to do that then. Not a single clue. You're saying words. I don't know how to do that. Remove it from the global. Okay. Kavino does uncapped streamathon for 2 weeks. Not again, David. Not again. Never again. No, no, no. Add the node under game. Okay. Close that. Avatar spawner. Set the path. Okay. Check. Don't know if I saw it correctly, but it looked like you set the scene file for an autoload, not the script file. Yeah, I did do the scene. Yeah. Because the scene has a script in it. Any advantage of just making autoload script? Munglo's saying don't do that. Get the scene file. I'm not quite sure. Oh, I never set scene for autoload, just a script. Interesting. No, we do the scene, or else you have to make a new one. Open the avatar spawner script. Check. Let's change the class name so it looks cool. Yeah, got the class name. I don't know why it didn't autocomplete like that. Wait, but I already. Whoa. Back up. You're telling me the static var is a singleton? Because I've done that before plenty of times. Is that what a singleton is? Because what I usually do is I'll do var current as an avatar spawner. And then I just do itself. And then when it enters the tree, I'll say current equals self. And then I call it by doing avatar spawner.current. Oh, whoops, I didn't do static, yeah. That's how you do this singleton? That is the singleton pattern. Huh. That's weird. Okay. I don't need this. Why do I have this in here? I thought by doing this though, well, I guess it would be the same thing. Like you just have a different instance of it on everyone. Okay. So then what I need to do in the lobby scene is avatar spawner dot current dot spawn. Like that. Save that. I'm not gonna do that yet, just worried about the lobby. I already deleted the other one. that is. Okay. Game, and it's set to the player avatars. Player avatars, got it. If you want to be more same proper, you should do a null check current var before setting it. If it isn't null, throw error. You're saying just say more sane and proper, you should do a null check the current before setting it. Just like if self is not null. If current is not null, then error. If current error already assigned. Okay. Let's kill the goose. It's just a static var. I always thought static variable was something completely different than the singleton. That is so confusing. So confusing. And I need to do dot current. Replay it. So I just modifier for the class member a keyword. So now here we spawn it in and we now have the player. And now the player in the remote is right there. Okay. So now we are good in terms of the host getting it. And here we are. We're swinging. We're doing things. We're golden. Okay. So now what we need is we need to figure out how do we call. So avatar spawner only holds one current. Each instance of avatar spawner do not get their own. Oh, I thought each instance makes their own though. So because I thought now, oh, that's what static does. So when this like loads in on a client, static makes it part of the class, not the instance of that class. Oh. Okay. And this is probably gonna break because it doesn't know when to spawn. Yeah, it triggered. Oh, it still worked. Crazy. Do we see? Oh, God. Oh. Why is that so bad? Why is that so much worse than before? Look how gross that is. You're not throwing errors. No, but it's just running 1,000 times worse. No errors, but it runs like crap. So how do we make it not run like crap? Go, Jet, we implemented lag. Yeah. We implemented lag in LAN. Yeah, crazy. It says a bunch of avatar code that is confused now. That should have thrown warnings. Let's see. I just got +1 warning. Let's read the warnings. That's just camera, but that's been a thing. That's nonsense. Camera interp. Do you like the changes? Yes. Yeah. So there's nothing there. It's just for some reason running horribly. That's motivating. Sorry, I can't really. No idea why. I think it's because, like, this would be my guess, is because we're running the players outside of the actual map. That would be my guess. And that was part of my concern. Because the players are now not just in the map. The players are in everything. It has nothing to do with anything unless you lower update rates and stuff on tree, except for map branch. Stop thinking about it as if it's at different places. But it is in a different place. If it's in the tree, it's in the game. So why is it running so poorly, though? That's the question. Not as the physics or renderer sees it. Check the syncer on the avatar. What about the... What about them? Yeah, I can't really tell if these break, to be honest. I mean, they don't break because this is all the movement or the position changes and stuff. And we saw them happening. They're just running so slow. If you move nodes around, they default to what looks like valid values. Yeah, like if you move, for example, if I move to like the head look at marker, it would change it to like this position. But they're all looking correct. Yep. I don't know why jump as always. I assume you run movement on physics. Yeah. So we have a input controller that we synchronize. And then the input controller gets picked up in the physics. But now everything runs like crap. So what would cause everything to run poorly? Change the syncer for movement to physics? Oh, I just keep repeating the same packets? What am I repeating? In the inspector, update mode, visibility update mode, idle means frame rate. Oh, so run it in the physics instead of on frame rate? Visibility filter update during physics frames as compared to during process frames, since it moves each physics tick. Oh, I see what you're saying. No point setting every frame. This one I do, though. Oh, no, it's Cavino. I heard so much about you. All good things, though. All good things. I mean, I don't think that's gonna fix the lag. Maybe it did. I didn't... I can't imagine. Why do you have an input there? Because I capture the inputs for the controller. Nope, that's still bad. So I have a input controller where we capture all the inputs and then we run that. Oh, we do run it on the physics anyways. And then we synchronize those to make sure the right person's pressing the right buttons. Where's Ironic? I haven't seen him for a long time. He was here the other day. So I can switch that to physics because it updates every physics anyways. And the whole point of this is to make sure that... Aren't you moving authority of avatar over to player? Yes. Yeah, we say, if not authority, return. In the physics. I don't remember... why we have an input controller. There was an important reason for having an input controller. Because this is the controller to the actual avatar. Only reason you would do that is so the player can locally control their avatar without input lag. Oh, that's probably why then. And then you have no need to send that over the network. So I have no need. Oh, so I don't need the input synchronizer is what you're saying? I don't need to synchronize any of that? But don't I need to get like... I would think I would. I don't know. I'm asking why you have it. So far, no good answer. No, I completely forgot why I have it. I just remember putting it in. There was a reasoning. What that reasoning is, I've completely forgot. It was... I'm trying to remember why. This was the controller for... to figure out which way or how the other player, how the clients are moving around. And that's why you synchronize it. That might be why. Host spawns an avatar, changes authority of the avatar to the player that it's for. It means player can locally move the avatar without authority, and it replicates the movement. So if I just delete this synchronizer, it should still work anyways, right? It just won't be synchronized. Yeah. Which we probably don't need it synchronized. Let's try it. Worst case scenario, I just add a new one in. Maybe, I don't know how you're doing things. I'm trying to remember why we were synchronizing. Let's try it. We'll delete it. And then... okay, I'm still moving. I'm good. Join. No, it didn't do anything. Just, it's still super, super laggy. We do have an error. That's fine. Can you show frame rate on clients? Yeah. I gotta remember how to do that real quick. But I do need to quickly fix the... where is it? Target ray. Oh, it is fixed. Okay. How do I show the frame rate? I think what I have to do is... I think on the UI, I just add a label. I guess I can do it on the reticle for now. Label. And I'll just do FPS. And then FPS label dot text equals see if I remember how to get FPS. Get frame. Is it get? It's not get frame. Frame rate. How to get frame rate in Godot. Engine. Target FPS. And that's a float, so I just string that. What? Target FPS is not what FPS it has. I'm not using target. Yeah, it gets the average rendered for every second. Okay, so that'll work. Make sure, yeah, it should be fine. Just center it. Let's try it. Host is at 92.109. Join client. Non-focused is. And this guy's at 114. But then when I come back, why is it doing that? Then I go to this guy, and this one goes up again, and that one goes down. Why is that happening? Why was that not a thing before, though? Go out of focus. But why was that not happening before? No idea what triggers it. That's so strange. Why was it working before? What? Restart Godot fully? Yeah. Like reload the current project? Or like completely close it out? Hi chat, what up cocaine? A 1. Let's see. Play that. And maybe this will work. Hopefully. Ugh. Host. Okay. 113. Join. Still dropping, but it's staying up there. 90s. Oh, nope, it still dropped to 4. What is going on here? Hope the stream makes my headache better. I hope so as well. Maybe my headaches that I'm getting will take away from yours. Yeah. Yeah. It's very strange why it's doing this, and it wasn't doing this before. And so like 50 mods for Cyberpunk, and some of them are so hyper specific for some parts of the game. I've never had to use my brain this much. Yeah, sorry, I can't really help with it. Yeah. So I guess we just assume it works. That's dangerous, but I had this issue a bunch of times. There is no fix. I have never seen this. Okay, well, huh. Weird. There's a bunch of people complaining about it though. Let's see, Godot, multi-instance FPS dropping, maybe. This is what I think it is. Excessive node overhead. No, it's instantiating thousands of objects. Yeah, this one. Online features, editor settings, update okay, editor settings. Let's try that. Multi-window. Edit interface editor. Interface editor. And then driver, embed menu. Drag hold, single. Oh. Save, no. Single window automatically open, separate. Update spinner. VSync. Update continuously. It's how often the editor should update / pull from the debug attached processes. So it would be update continuously then. Update continuously. If I turn that on, then it should work. And I guess the theory is that it makes a process can't fall. That level prio, it won't. That's very strange though. I've never seen this issue. Yeah, no, we still dropped to 4. Huh. Strange. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let me turn that off. Oh, whoa. I just saw something. Ah. Unfocused. If true, keeps the screen on, even in case of inactivity. Low processor mode, sleep, the amount of sleeping. Howdy, King of Cats. Sleep between frames in the editor, microseconds. Higher values will result in lower CPU, GPU usage. Note the settings ignored if it's set to true. Okay, so that doesn't do it. Free imports resources, even if the editor window is unfocused or minimized. Set to true to speed up the iteration by starting import processes earlier. You can tweak those values if you want, but it doesn't help. It's a core design thing and not exposed. Oh. Just here to keep my streak going? Gotta go in like 10 minutes? Oh, well, I appreciate it, King Cats. It is by design. I don't like that, but okay. What is this? Wait, we have a Kanban board? Okay, well, I guess it's just it's so strange to me that it wasn't doing that before and now it is. That is so strange. It does make me a little worried. But I guess it doesn't matter. So let's do go to Strange Things a lot. Yeah, it seems that way. I wanted to do avatar spawner singleton pattern. Static var is the singleton pattern, by the way. There we go. Push that. All right, so now we have to set it up for the actual map. Before we do that, we got ads coming up. So we're gonna check on the words, heading to level 2. Yippee you. Yeah. And then when we come back, we will figure out the player spawner for the space map. Yes. Pattern is that you run only one instance of the class. Right, but to do that in Godot, you need to do the static. Yeah. So that can be used for a lot of things. Well, yeah, but okay, I understand. I understand. Not technically true, but also functionally true. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then when we come back, you liar. No, Ika, you're a liar. Got him. I'll be right back, and then when we return, we will continue with spawning in the map now with our new spawner thingy. Yeah. Boop, boop. I've returned. Oh my god, Kavino's back. I missed you so much. I thought my life was over without you. Holy moly. All right, let's turn off Munglo's microphone there. Boom, boom. Ugh. Here we are. Back to work. Back to work. Oh, let's finish out these words and then we'll get to it. Let's see. Ooh, there we go. Words. Perfume. Ream. Theme. Rami. Rump. Rump. That's a funny word. All right. There's a word. Root. Peer. Oh wait, we already got peer. Coughs. As I was saying, you liar. What am I lying about, Ika? What am I lying about? You liar. What do you mean? What did I lie about? You said iHeart's dead. No, I said she got into a pogo stick accident. That's what I said. I said iHeart got into a severe pogo stick accident. She was chasing chickens, and then all of a sudden, like when she was on her pogo stick, and you said the word dead. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, she was dead. Yes. Yes. You can ask. You ask iHeart yourself. Go ask her. She'll be like, yep, Kavino's right. Kavino's not wrong. Swap scene. Wait. Swap scene and back in OBS. Camera's lagging like crazy. Doesn't seem to be. Scenes. Let's go to screen. There we go. Is the camera still lagging? Pogo stick and chasing chicken seems like a bad combo. It is. It is. Yeah, very dangerous combo. See, she was on the pogo stick, and then all of a sudden, shoop, bam. And I found the error. Was the error between the chair and the keyboard? Am I right? Am I right, everyone? Bungalow is the error. Got him. Got him. Yay, oh my god, you're streaming. I'm gonna ban Kavino to hang out here. What were you saying, Sammy? Any last words? Yeah. Get him out of here. Get. I was listening to another tab. Oh, I see. Do it, you won't. See ya, nerd. This is how I set things up. Spawners. The node things. Oh my god, you did the thing. Game logic. UI. Main scene is to load it on startup. Right, which I have. But I also don't swap levels. But the spawners and their containers are all from the start. Okay. So I would need to do something similar for the other stuff. Yikes. For the asteroid and all that. Okay. Let's start with the player, and then we'll get all the errors from the asteroid spawner and the items and all that, and then we can work our way through each one. Yeah. Ignoring my messages now. Ika, I literally was just closing off what I was saying to Munglo, and then I was going, who needs Kavino when you're here? See, this is why I was ignoring it, Ika, is because I'm being bullied. I'm just trying to do game dev here, and then we got bullies like Sammy Kins with a Z and Ika 3D. Crazy. Absolutely absurd. Exactly, proved my point. I'm being bullied. By the way, I spent 4 hours today on his lobby and you didn't even check it. I did check it, Ika. What are you talking about? So if you try plugging in the computer, I checked it out and I said it's cool. It's like, oh my lord. It's crazy. People are crazy. All right, back to making it all work. You spawned in and closed it in 10 seconds. No, you didn't check it. I did look around. I pointed, actually, you weren't even here when I checked it because I looked at it and I was drawing and I was like, yeah, it's looking really cool. This is where like the thing's gonna go. I'm not sure what to do with this one yet, but as you can see, it's looking really good. I looked at it already, Ika. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean that I didn't do it. Rewind the stream. Rewind it. You'll see it. You'll see it. Yep. Why didn't you say anything when I came back? Because you don't need my extra validation. What do you need my validation for? You already know that it's good. You already know. You already know that I like it. So what do you need the extra validation from me for? You know? You already know, yeah, you're on top of it. Only Sammy values me here. This is wild. This feels like gaslighting. Oh my god. Ika is gaslighting me. It's weird how you get that low FPS state trigger though. It's very weird. Makes me want to know why. Yeah, and it was only when I moved the spawner stuff over. Wild. Yeah, you're the only one who said good job. Let me pull up my DMs with Ika here. Oh, I just saw his message at 11:28. That's awkward. Wait. Let me just find a really good spot to just expose the DMs between Ika and how much I tell him, wow, this is looking amazing. This is awesome. Let's see. Oh wait, that's other stuff. We talk about a lot of other things too. Oh, I heard a redeem. Focus on work. You're right. You're right. What is it? Skip the important stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ika thinking I don't appreciate him enough. That's wild. Mind-boggling. Focus on work. So you wanted evidence to him calling you a liar? No. Ika is lying about me lying. That's what's happening. Ika's gaslighting all of you, and all of you are falling for it. I can't stand. No. I can't stand it. Nope. All right, so in the space map, we do the spawner. Let's go into here, avatar current spawner. So I can go clear out the player spawner. Boom. And then clear out the players, which I don't have. Yep. Oh, both of you lie. I don't. No. Name one time I have ever lied to you guys. One time. Just one. Player manager, get players. All right. Call deferred spawn. Okay, so this is the problem. 5 hours ago, by the way. Yeah, okay. I'm on. Listen. My Discord's on streamer mode, so I don't get the notifications because, you know, I'm unlike other game devs. I pay attention to the game dev. I'm focused on work. I'm getting work done. I don't let other things distract me. My phone's blowing up. Am I paying attention to it? No. My Discord blows up. Do I pay attention to that? No. I focus on the game dev. Yeah. Was it work literally on your game? To be fair, again, I don't get Discord messages. I don't get them. Hilden with the 7-day streak. Appreciate it. Okay, so I don't want to actually You literally just are just reading the chat like 3/5 of the time. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. So when I switch the scenes, how's that focus on work? I'm trying to focus. But I'm getting these slanderous accusations coming at me. Slanderous. When we do the lobby scene, we spawn in the players, but we need to bring the players over to the new map now. So let's cook here in chat. And you do game dev, you do dev things. What are you guys cooking? By the way, I'm gonna post lobby images in Godot Community Hub on Steam. Aware. Don't do it yet, Ika. Give it like 3 days and then you can. But I wouldn't do it yet. Okay, so there's 2 different ways I can go about this. First way is we have the spawned avatars already. So maybe I don't even need to spawn them in the space map. Rather, I just reposition them. I bet that's the play. Yeah, I'll just reposition them. So what I can do here for call spawners is I don't need this because they already exist. Yeah. Boom. And then what I'll do instead is not this. Boom. Boom. So then how do I get those avatars? If I were you, I'd ignore the FPS drop for now. It shouldn't affect the experience. It might go away after a full reboot or something. Who knows? Yeah, that's kind of the thought, Munglo. So I'm just going to ignore it for now and hope that nothing crazy happens. That's the hope. Let's see. If multiplayer is server, what we can do I guess I need to figure out how to get the players' avatars, player avatars, so that I can reposition them. Is the map script? Yes, it is. I'm trying to figure out when we switch to the map, what I want to happen is I want the server to go ahead. I don't need this part. I want the server to go ahead and reposition everyone. To really be condensed. Wait, concerned with game logic on who spawns in and where and when? Well, no, because they're not spawning in. We're just repositioning them. Because they're already spawned in. So we already have that. So now we just need to move their avatars. That way we're not dealing with more instantiation stuff. They're already spawned in on the lobby. We're just going to reposition them. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is how do I reposition them? I would need to get the player's node. So I'd have to go into game and get this. And then set them to their spawn points. But they have in there ready. That's the other problem, is this stuff. Reposition in what way? Bring them to their spawn points. The host/rule/game logic would use map data to put players in the right spots. Then you can swap out the map data when you make another map. Wait, the map data. That's an interesting idea. Map data to put players in the right spots. But the logic for team assigning and so on, whatever it is, elevated above the map info. Yes, it is. So we need to... I just have a rules for game logic class. Yeah, we kind of have it built into the map here. So like set the map size. When the map loads in, it sets its own size, which is how many asteroids it spawns. Then we have, if the hazards are toggled on, we spawn them and all that. As it grows, it gets split out into component style, like rules. Interesting. Let's see what this does for now. I think what's going to end up happening is they're just going to fall through the world. Actually, it might just straight up break because they don't have their repositioning logic. Because their readies are going off here. I need their readies to go off again when they load into the new map. Oh, okay, that's good. They spawn randomly. Does it reposition when he dies? It does. Okay. That's awesome. Wait. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? The FPS is not dropping in this map. It only drops in the lobby. That is so weird. Let's see if he's lagging over here. Yeah, what the heck? That is so weird. So weird. Okay. What you want optimally is that the map you load is just a map, no logic. Just some data, like its spawns are, things like that. Yeah, our map needs a lot more than that, because the map is actually the one that's also controlling the orbital strike. And the black hole, because those all affect the map. That's so weird. So weird, but okay. So it kind of is working right now. Kind of. We do have 77 errors though. 78. It's going up. Let's see what they are. These are the asteroids not found. Asteroids. Yeah, it's all from the asteroids. I assume it's probably a mismatch between floats and vectors. Because failed location is a vector. So maybe I have to do dot length. Switch it to a float. Could be some weird internal thing in engine. In lobby it does so little it tries to fall asleep. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's very weird. Very, very weird. And that's the camera interpolation. Okay. That's all that is, right? Yeah. It's mostly just the camera interpolation. Okay. So then the next one is, let's change their spawn location. And they also didn't, wait. They didn't spawn in with their scoreboard, did they? Or when they died, they did. I don't remember now. Private. That's what I should have looked for. I want to see if they have their scoreboard when they load in. And then in the lobby, he loads in, FPS drops. Crazy. Start. They load in. Yeah, they don't have their scoreboard. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, interesting. Why is that? Huh. No, that's working. It's just when I click out, it just like fully extends. Huh. Okay, so it's a problem with the... Yeah, look at that. It just goes out and then comes back. Okay, so I need to... There's a couple different things I gotta fix. Couple different things. But clicking like that is bad. Yeah, because then it does this weird thing. Okay. Let's one thing at a time. Fix the spawns first. I want to see if that error though is gone. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, and then it's just the spawner there. And that's probably just another spawner thing. Okay, cool. So it's just because the asteroid spawners and the item spawners are inside the map. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. Let's do... Now, in the map, how am I going to get each player avatar and move them to their proper locations? Let's do a function. Func set initial player avatars. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say for player in, maybe I do like current dot get path or dot spawn path, and that gives me the spawn path, and then get node. That's a lot though. If I do this, if I do get node spawn path dot get children, I mean it works, but I want to recall they're ready. Because that will respawn them. So it makes sense to use player manager teleport player. Oh. The question is, how does the player manager know which avatar is which? I guess in the player data, we have a avatar reference. And teleport player would be valid to lift to next project. So I would actually put it in the player data then, is the teleport player. And then what I would call is player manager get player with the ID. Yeah. No. Definitely not. Player data is only the data. I thought... Okay. So then function move player avatar with a PID as an int, and then teleport is important. Okay. And then a location as a vector3. So first thing I need to do is var player equals get player PID. Then what I do is player dot global position equals location. What up, Tolnir? Tolner, near. It's going. It's going. Struggling a bit, but we're doing this. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Okay. Teleport player avatar. Let's just change to teleport avatar. Easy. We do the PID and the location. Avatar, get player. Get player doesn't return. Oh, whoops. Get player dot avatar reference. And then if avatar, just to make sure as a check. And now we're good. And we just do an else print error. Cannot get avatar. Bam. So get player, check if they have an avatar. If so, turn interpolation of set position and so on. Off. Turn interpolation off. What interpolation am I turning off? I just set their position. Godot engine built-in interpolation. I assume you have it on. I have no idea what that is. Why I would turn it on or off. Interpolation, I thought, was just from point A to point B. Oh. That. I know what you're talking about. I think I already have it off. Interp. I don't remember where it is though. Scene traversal default. Yeah. No, that's not right. That's Steam. Yeah. Is this it? The physics interpolation? Yeah, if you have it up audio, this is it. I think this is it. Both physics and non-physics between last two transforms, smooth motion. Yes, this is it. So yeah, I think this is it. So all I need to do is turn this off and then back on after we move the position. Find a control of individual branches of the scene tree is possible using node.physics interpolation mode. Okay, so if avatar.physics interpolation mode equals off, and then after it switches position, then we can turn it back on. Bam. Fizz. Also reset. Reset what? Position. Reset physics interpolation. Oh, what does reset do? When teleporting a node to a distant position, it's recommended to temporarily disable this interpolation with physics reset after moving the node. This avoids creating a visual streak. Oh. Avatar dot reset physics interpolation. Moving node, radically different transform. Okay. Can result in visible glitch. Yep. Prevented by calling this method, which temporarily disables interpolation until the physics check is complete. Oh, so I don't even need to return it back on? And I don't need to do this or this. Oh, I still do, okay. This is like a little buffer type deal. I think so, at least. When physics interpolation's active, moving a node radically different transform can result in visible glitch. This glitch is prevented by calling this method, which temporarily disables interpolation. Should be called after moving the node rather than before. I mean, it should be fine. Okay, so now what we need to do is we're gonna call in here, instead of doing this, I can just do for avatar in player manager dot players. Then I do or actually this would be ID. PID in players, right? But players is gonna have the player data node. So teleport avatar. So I could do like player manager dot teleport avatar. This is a data node. Data dot pure ID. Two. I need to get the team location. let's see. To do the team. Spawn manager, spawn in players, map, spawn load function. Wait, what? Load actions. Spawn in players, map dot spawn. Spawn locations. Oh. Oh, so you're saying break it up so that it's in the player manager instead. So like, I'll do something like function, position avatars, or set initial avatar positions, taking in the location, which actually I don't even need to take in the location because it's a node in group. And then what I do is for data in players, map just passed the spawn location data. I don't even need to do that because all I need is the team, since we have our spawn points here, our nodes in group. So all the map really needs to do is just call this function. Do you see what I mean? I think I'm seeing what you're talking about. I think so. So I do for data in players. We're gonna do teleport avatar data dot peer ID, and then get player spawn point, take a hike, thank you CSLR. Thinking of the map as not having logic related to game logic, some map specific things like satellite would be outliers. Okay. I think I got it. Let me plug this in. But does this make sense what I'm doing here, where I can just get the player's spawn points in the player manager? Since they're just nodes in a group. Map would always have spawn points, flag locations, and whatnot, depending on the game. Data would be used by game logic to run the game on the map. Never use groups. I never use groups, I mean. Groups are good though. I thought groups are really good to use. It's what all the pro game devs are doing. Groups have their uses, but they kind of suck. Really? I just started using groups. Just started. I have not found a single good use for them. Right here. This is a good use for them. Spawn points. Let's see. I forgot what the leaderboard does. I forget what the leaderboard does. So much Limitless. So much. It does a lot. It does a lot. Sammy, welcome back. Huh. I just have a node that does the spawn points. I mean, yeah, you could do that too. I've been here, you nerd. I thought you were leaving me. I thought you said, I hate you, Kavino. That's how I interpreted everything you said. You know, I only cried for like internally a lot. Let's do... I'm pretty sure I heard I hate you, CSLR, actually. I did not say that. I did not say that today. Not today. Did not say it today. Oh, darn. It was just internal crying? Yeah. I don't externally cry. What do you think I am, a baby? No. No. All right, get spawn points. Before we do the spawn points, though, we have ads coming up. I'm going to chuck on the words real quick. Heading to level... where are the words? There they are. Heading to level 6. Pick up sticks. This is just for Sammy. I'm doing it for Sammy because Sammy loves words. Yep. I'll be right back real quick. And then when I come back, we're going to get the spawn points. And this should be good. Yep. Yeah. Boop, boop. Boop. Beep.
I've returned.
Oh my god, Kavino's back. There's a fake letter. I'm so nervous. Oh my lord, but now that you're back, I'm so happy. Wow. All right, let's crush these words. What is it? Object. Objects. Oh, there's no E. V is fake. Wait, what the heck are these words? Store. Oh, wait, what? S-T-O. Oh, there's no R. Oopsies. That's a B, not an R. Objects. Um. Orb. Jorts. What? Jean shorts? Jorts? No, I guess not. Cobbs. There we go. There we go. Jobs. Koses. All right, not too shabby. We still passed. We still passed, and that's the important part. Turn these words off, and spawn point time. Okie doke. So, let's see here. Get play. Oh wait, let me turn my thing back on. Easy carry. There we go. All right. Get player spawn point. So what I need to do is I need to get the team as a global dot team. And then let's go into here. And I do it somewhere. Where do I do it? I know I do it somewhere. Maybe I don't. Oh, do I do it in the player itself? I think I do. I think I do. Yeah, global transform equals get tree, get nodes in group, spawn, global team, keys, team, pick random, global transform. So what I want to do here is copy that. Then head back to the player manager, paste that, and then we return. This is actually going to be a global transform 3D, and then I do global transform. I'm off to do other things, but think of this. Think of it this way. When you want to mess with players, do it through the manager. That way, logic code will always be loaded, always at the same, and a lot of it will be reusable next multiplayer project. Gotcha. What up, Cool Cat? So you can keep building. That makes sense. That makes sense. Team, global transform. Beautiful. So then I just need to do and call get player spawn point data.team. Nuts. Oh, because teleport avatar needs to change to instead of a location, we're gonna set the transform. Maybe I do want to do a vector 3. I think it would be fine as a vector 3. Global position. Here we go. So set initial avatar positions. Yeah. Now back into the map. Do I want the server to do this? Maybe. Or I could just do it on everyone. So player manager dot set initial avatar positions. Let's see if that works. So they should now all spawn properly. And then we just get the asteroid problems. Host private. Go. Join. Fake. All right. Then pop back to this guy. Start. Nice. Cool. that worked. Let's close it. Let's look at the errors. It should all be asteroid spawner stuff. That's just a despawn condition. And yep, asteroid, 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 asteroid. Cool. Awesome. So now that they spawn properly, let's go here. Fixed avatar spawning. Push that. Push. Sick. Let's delete the stuff we don't need. Bam. All right, and then I don't need this because they're already spawned in. Don't need this because, again, already spawned in. So next thing we need to do is the asteroids. Yeah. That one's gonna be tough because it works. There's no, the only error is that the clients can't find it, but like they don't need to. Let's go to the loading screen for now, because the loading screen is still having issues. So if we go loading scene, screen scene, resource loader, threads in progress, float progress. Now I don't know why it's in an array. That's one thing I wasn't sure about. Why? I just saw they did it. I guess it's to have multiple things loading at the same time or something. Multiple progresses to load. I guess that would make sense. Let's see, change map. Scene, get tree. It's looking good. Now if I go to main menu scene, that's the lobby browser. Go to the browser. And let's turn join lobby back to true so it loads the lobby. And let's see how that ends up interacting. We also need to do it for the host because we want the host to also load the lobby. Where is that? True. Good. That's on Steam though. Where's the enet? Join lobby. Join host. Right here, lobby scene true. Cool. Let's try it out now. Do 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 do. Host private. Good. It's stuck at 38% though, and it's been doing this where it doesn't fully load, which is very weird. Ooh, will transform, base object type nil. Yes, because we don't need this anymore. Oh, and then another thing broke because the other thing broke, so then the other thing broke. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, so player here doesn't need the spawn. Actually, it probably still should. Yeah. Right, because it only gets the ones that are in the tree. Yeah, so if I go into the lobby scene here, as an example, and no, they're right there. Wait a sec. They are in there. So why did that? Oh, because it's setting the global transform. And we don't want that. We want it's already calling. Yeah. We don't want this. We want the... Actually, wait. That should still be fine. I should have read the error. Global transform base object type nil. Added the screen banners. Feels good to swing them around. Dear God. Okay, that's horrible. That's bad. No, yuck. We don't want that. That's a bad image. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. 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 That's some bad. That's what that is. Brilliant. I encourage this. No, I do not encourage this. No. Feels good to swing around them though. I can see that. 1 in 1,000 chance to see the image in game. We can't because of trademark infringement or IP infringement. But we could have a 1 in 1,000 chance to see something silly. I'd be okay with that. But we can't do the avatar. The avatar is a great way to get sued. Very good way to get sued. Please? Well, Ika, we're not getting sued over a stupid little thing. No way. No way. Bam. Oh, interesting. So it just spawns at 0-0 then. If we don't do it. Yeah. It still gets stuck at around 30. Very interesting. Does that? Okay. Close that. Maybe in the lobby I do it. That's a good idea. Lobby scene. Ready. And then what I can do is say player manager dot set initial avatar position. And that should work. Bow, bow. Boop. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Host private. Oh, interesting. It didn't. Join. No, it didn't. Huh. Maybe on connected. Oh, no, that one worked. Oh, interesting. It didn't go off till later. Very, very interesting. Okay. Weird. Weird. Oh, I do need to fix the Z part. But I think that's gonna work. We do have some errors coming out. Let's check them out. Session 2. No, not bound. Map synchronizer. Ah, because that's on change. That's kind of fine though. That's kind of fine. What is this? Never explicitly used in class. That's fine. Damage taken, never used because we never used this in the first place. Footsteps, because that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, I think that's fine. I reckon. All right, next up, we need to do in the loading screen. It's stopping at 38%. And I don't know why it's not going to 100. I wonder if it's just like jumping between frames from like 38, 37 to 100. And that's why it's swapping over like this. I wonder if that's the case. I also don't know why our progress is saved as an array. Thread load in progress. Let's look at the Godot docs. And go here. Oh, I don't like this. Load. What? Go here. I don't like this new search bar. Resource loader. That's the thread load status. Ah, that's why. So maybe I don't need to do 0. Maybe instead of 0, I need to increase it. Because each one's doing like 30-something%. Maybe that's why. Returns a resource loaded by a thread request called before and is not thread load loaded. It's recommended to use thread load get status. Okay, we have that. Progress as an array. No, it does want the progress as an array. Interesting. And we'll return a 1-element array containing a ratio of completion between 0 and 1. Okay, so it's a ratio between 0 and 1. That's why we times it by 100. So if it's 0.33, it's now 33%. We do it here. Loading progress bar, 1 to 100. Weird that it doesn't... Huh. I think what I'll do is I'll just do this and I'll just do loading progress dot value. Just to like show that it's fully loaded. Because I think that's what's happening. Is it's like loading before it updates and then just loading really fast. It's not like a crazy thing in the first place. Try that out. Bow, bow. Host private. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, let me unplug this treadmill real quick. Here we go. There. Boom. I show up, Camino's being sick. Sick? Why am I sick? Oh, because I was making all the grunting noises. No. No. Me sick of Hypnotic? Never. Is that what those sounds were? No, that was me lifting the walking treadmill. That's all. Now it's gonna hit 100. Bam. Beautiful. And then we go like this. And we start. Bam. Oh, interesting. You spawned on an asteroid. Why did you spawn on an asteroid, buddy? That's not correct. Not correct at all. Huh. And then okay, so that's the next thing we can fix then, is it's not snapping back. That's the next problem, is it's not snapping back. Oh, wait. I have this thing where I keep, this is the problem about doing the Steam page request, is that I keep like, it's almost like Christmas. Like you keep checking to see if Santa's here yet. And you just keep checking and checking and checking. That's what I keep doing. But then you realize Santa's not here yet. Then you get sad. All right, so the snapping back, I need to make that go shorter. Let's go player, grapple, fail grapple launch. And then we have the position here. But what I'm gonna do instead of failed location dot length, let's divide that by 2, by 4. Just because I don't need it that long. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll work. Yeah. What up, Saren? How you doing? Welcome in. Boom. Host. Private. Loading. Boom. Ugh. Keep spawning in the floor sometimes. Watch, this guy's gonna teleport. Yep. Weird. Do this. Wait, actually, I should be able to test it right here. Oh, look at that. It still goes far out. Why? Whoa! Yeah, sometimes the spawn points just don't work. And that's still extending out. But I find we had a very nice addition of D2 Jam. I'm winding down a bit. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Boom. Has the winner been voted on yet? For the winners? Oh. Boom. Yeah, that's not snapping back fast enough. Why? Tween property self. Oh, wait a sec. Why is that? Target location. That's fine. Nope, 2 weeks for that. But who cares? I care. I care. I think it's cool. Okay. What I could do here is just make the scale like 0.5. No. 1. No. 0.9. Over tween time. What is tween time though? Failed location distance 2. Try that out. There we go. Can you finish the code so we can finally do the fun stuff? Thank you. What fun stuff are you talking about, Ika? Because you do know after, oh, I see. After this code is done, it becomes the super unfun stuff. Art and fine-tuning the mechanics. Ika, I don't think you quite realize how unfun fine-tuning the mechanics and then the added one that you're missing is bug fixing as well. Bug fixing as well. Because swinging sucks so far. That's not what we've been told in our play tests. So I think you're pretty off point there. But I do agree it can be tuned a lot better. But it doesn't suck. It doesn't suck. It's shippable. 20% of the game, you do 8% of the dev time. Yep, 100%. For sure. There we go. Boom. Much better. I can probably make that go a little bit faster too. Yeah. Let's do this. But that's too fast. Maybe 15 and 20. Yeah. Save that. Oh, really? Give me 1 second. Let's see. Go here. Post private. I don't like that spawn path though. Oh. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Okay, cool. All right. Fix the Z scaling on failed. Fixed failed. Grapple Z scaling plus speed. Push. And then boom. So now what we need is back to the multiplayer stuff. We need to check and see. Let's see. Player manager, set initial avatar positions. So we teleport the avatar where we are taking their peer ID, get player spawn point, or get avatar spawn point actually. There we go. Followed with the team. So we return get tree, get nodes and groups, spawn the team, pick random, global position. So we're doing the global position of them. That's what we're doing. What is this? It's nothing. Watch fully. I don't know what you're wanting me to watch. It's loading. The Pit. Game of Thrones. Yeah, I don't know what your use your words. Okay. You're just swinging around. You launched yourself through the collision. Oh, there is no collision there. Okay. Wheezed me up so far. Oh, you're just talking about the upward pull. I keep hitting my head on the ceiling on almost every swing. I think that's called a skill issue. But also, like, I'm not disagreeing with you that I'd like to fine tune it more. But I think saying that the swinging sucks, I think that's just outlandish. I think that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. The momentum at the peak of my release. Because there is no momentum yet. That's the other part. But yeah, the swinging definitely doesn't suck. We've already had people talk about how much they enjoyed it. Boom. It more pulls? Yeah. But we've already talked about this though. Like that's something we've been talking about for ages. Speaking about talking about for ages, and speaking of old and ages, iHeart, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you recovering from your pogo stick accident? How are you doing? What up, Sorcery, Rodrigo? How are y'all doing? Boom. We are just working on our game right here, Astro Yoinkers. Actually, I can show you guys the gameplay real quick. Boom, boom. You just call me old? No. Wise. Very wise. Very wise. Probably, yeah, I probed a bit and opted not get involved on how to drop that grapple math. Yeah, the grapple math is really interesting to do. We already have a decent idea of how we will touch it up, but yeah, so far it's in the state where it's shippable because it works. But yeah, this is a double rate from Sorcery 2. Ah, well, welcome. The mysterious chicken chasing accident. Yeah, listen, folks, you don't want to go chasing chickens. Oh, oopsies. You don't want to go chasing chickens on a pogo stick. That's the lesson. That's the lesson to be had. But this is Astro Yoinkers. It's a capture the flag multiplayer game with grappling mechanics and power-ups and all that fun stuff. Yeah. Whoop. There we go. I rated iHeart just as she was finishing. Oh, that's awkward. That's so awkward. We'll get you the shout as well. I missed iHeart's stream by a minute. I'm gonna cry. Oof. But yeah, that's what we're doing. So right now we're waiting on Steam to accept or deny our Steam page here. And then once that goes live, then we can start collecting wish lists, which is cool and fun. But yeah, what we're doing right now is trying to figure out the multiplayer spawning. So more so the spawn points, because we're running into a synchronization issue where you spawn in before you can actually set the position and all that. Oh, congrats on the Steam page. Don't congratulate yet. Not yet. Howdy, Cam. We're not there yet. Once we have to wait like 2 to 3 days, I think, somewhere around there. They said anywhere between 2 and 5 days. So that was like 2 days ago. Yeah. But I didn't get stuck on the stupid call at work with some user who has 4 gigabytes of RAM with a laggy laptop. Oof. All right, so let's see here. What we need to do is... Oh, also, wait. iHeart, what were you working on? I don't think you even said what you were doing. I'll be back on tomorrow morning at the normal time, but probably much shorter stream. Still recovering. Crazy. Set initial avatar positions. I didn't say. Did you ask? I did ask. I said, hi, iHeart, welcome in. What were you up to? And you just ignored me. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. I feel like I got offended when I critiqued this swinging, by the way. No, not at all. No. If you start crying, I'm gonna start crying. Oh, you're just slow on the join. I see. Well, what were you working on? Went full defensive mode? No, not quite, Ika. It was more so you've just been pumping out negativity with the game and trying to skip steps in game development. And so we have to stay focused, keep the beam of focus going. That's the big thing. So with the, because I want it to be good. Of course. I think we both want it to be really good. Yeah. I was trying to make a new terrain piece shape, but with the new colors, it looked like corn on the cob. So I decided to leave it for tonight. Interesting. You made corn on the cob. Huh. Very interesting. All right, so what I need to do is focus up. When we get the avatar spawn point, this isn't getting called fast enough. That's the first one, and that's on the lobby scene here. So player manager, set initial avatar positions. This needs to be called immediately, which it is when it loads. Oh, but. Player data players, add player. Wait. What is add? Oh, it's spawning them in on ready. So this is actually not happening at all. I gotcha. That makes sense. Do boom. Oh, I can't do that yet. Wait, I can't shout out sorcery. Shout out. Or am I spelling this wrong? SORCERYSTORY. Oh, I did shootout. Dang it. All right. Move these positions down here, I think. So if I do it after the spawn happens, then that should work. I hope. Let's see if that works. Ooh. There we go. Load that in. For how long are you in the game? How long do you feel you need to finish it? Or are you just working till it's done? Pretty much just working on it till it's done. But at the same time, I do need to put a timeline on it. So what the thought process is that we basically have most of it implemented. But what we need to do, okay, that, interesting. I'm giving it about 3 months. I think 3 months is plenty of time to get it finished to like a solid state. But we can still add more stuff as we keep going on. Depending on how much we end up getting, like how many players we end up getting, if the game actually is good, if people are liking it, then we can start adding more to it and whatnot. But I think the base stuff, so we have the procedural generation for the maps, we have the map sizing, we have items, and I would like, ow, I bit my tongue. I'd like to add a couple more hazards to the game, which I think I want to add at least 3 more hazards, and then the game's done. Yeah, so really just 3 more hazards, fixing up some bugs, and the game's done. Realistically, I could lock in and then get this done in less than a month, but I don't want to do that because we also need time to actually market the game. So 3 months to market the game. Also, during those 3 months, we can start doing like official play tests, which I think is going to be huge. And that's going to reveal a bunch of bugs that just I can't find on my own. And then also just tweak things like figuring out if things are fun or not. Yeah. Notice how the characters are more saturated than the environment. That's intentional. I assume so. You see the container under the platform? I did, Ika. You showed me all the containers already, right? Yeah. You already showed me all this. Boom. Makes sense, yeah? Sounds like a solid plan. I think so. But I have to start getting into the whole marketing stuff. I have a bunch of shorts planned out. It's just a matter of now, I have them all planned and scripted. So now I just have to shoot them. And then once I shoot them, I have to I have to make a little CTA thing just to tell people like, wishlist Astro Yoinkers. And then we just start posting. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, let's see here. On peer connected. Is server, peer connected, trigger avatar spawn. So we don't want this on the lobby scene. This needs to be somewhere else. This needs to be on the player manager instead. Yeah. Right? That's what Mungala was saying. Player manager. And we do it here. Let's see. Set initial avatar positions. Yeah, we're gonna spawn the players. So I need a... But we don't... That's the weird part, is Peer Connected is for connections, not for the data. But for whatever reason, it's working properly with Peer Connected. Member validated. Spawn player data. Add new player data, data dictionary, that's fine. And I guess on... Where the heck would I call this? Yeah, because on Peer Connected, but that works. I'll leave you to focus. I need to go get dinner. Take care. Sounds good. Thank you for showcasing the game. Lovely chat. Hope you managed to do everything you want to get done today. I'll leave a lurk. Appreciate the lurk. Enjoy your dinner. Give me any idea for a non-existent movie so I make a fake banner. I probably wouldn't do movies for the... Are you talking about like the banners in here? Oh, lag. Wait for it. There we go. You're talking about these banners? I probably wouldn't do movies. I'd probably do more, what would you call it? More like propaganda, if anything. Because this is the Astro Yoinkers like station. This is where all the Astro Yoinkers come to find out where the next place is. So I'd probably almost think I would set it up as I'd look into like the US military recruiting stuff where it's like join Astro Yoinkers today, that kind of stuff. Be an Astro Yoinker, that kind of stuff. Like the propaganda to join and become an Astro Yoinker. That would probably be the best one, or the best way to go about it. Made a post to show what I've been working on for me. Wait, you made this post just for me, iHeart? Just for me? Boom, boom, boom. Tried my hand at 3D modeling to make more unique performant terrain blocks for Hexery. I still need to decide on colors because I didn't want it to look like a desert. Nice. I should have added you. It's for you. I would like to state for the record that iHeart made this post specifically for me. There we go. Looks cool though. Bam. And like your own comment, always. Always. There we go. That's cool though. That's cool. New, old. Wait, the new looks more like a desert though. I mean, it looks more uniform, but it does look like a desert because it's like desert colors. Because I didn't want it to look like a desert. Exactly, that's why I said I'm not done. Oh. I see. Neat. Neato. Neato. Actually, iHeart, you would probably find the multiplayer thing we're doing very interesting. Because we are not doing RPCs anymore. We did a huge multiplayer rework with the way we're changing everything. We're using spawners and synchronizers as our multiplayer. That's what she said. I don't get it. Get player. Okay, so I want to do spawning. Why not both? I mean, you do use both, but for the initial connections, we're not. I don't quite understand it completely, but the way Munglo put it, because this is the Munglo multiplayer method, is it breaks everything up into little sections so it's easier to work with and easier to handle just about everything related to multiplayer. Because you just basically add nodes for the connection, you add nodes for the player data, and then you of course add the player avatars. But they're in 3 separate sections. So then if you have a disconnection that happens, which would be in the lobby manager, someone disconnects, you can still keep their player data there as a node and have it sit there. And then when they reconnect, you can be like, hey, this is your player data. And then bam, they go back to playing. Yeah. All right, teleport avatar. And we're teleporting them to the get spawn point once they have their team. So I need to change. The big thing I need to change is their spawning, when they spawn. Because this is happening on peer connected. Which then again, on peer connected, we are just making their... We are just adding them. I don't know about that one. Let's go space map. See if I can change that one out. Okay. Set initial avatar positions. But that wasn't working either. Because this was happening too fast, I think. So if I just move this down. Like that. Yeah, but then I need in the loading screen, I should probably have some kind of signal saying like, hey, we've loaded. So under change map, because that's the thing that gets called. Yeah, change map. If it's a scene, just a check there. Yep. And then I guess, what signal would I do though? Scene loaded? Maybe I put that in the global, but that's not going to connect because it's different signal thingies, isn't it? Different instances. So ideally, I'd have a signal that would just say load complete. Maybe I can put a global signal in there. Change map to. If I do like signal map loaded with the pure ID as an int, like that. And then I do under the loading screen, and I say global dot map loaded dot emit with our multiplayer dot get unique ID. Like that. Then let's go into the lobby scene. And I'm gonna connect that real quick to a lambda just to print something out. Global.map loaded.connect func print map loaded signal received. Play that. Let's see if that works. Boom bang. Host private. It's on the lobby, yeah. Okay. Join. Fake. And we don't get the signal. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, no signal. Well, I guess because it's broken because I didn't connect it with a PID as an int. But even then, let's print the PID actually. Lobby scene. And the idea here is that this would replace the peer connected. So then we're spawning them in as they actually load in. So 1 loaded, received, join. It should be 5, 4 something loaded, received. Yeah, okay, wait a sec. That worked. Okay. So now instead of so then instead of on peer connected, let's do this. Let's do in here on peer connected, because we're just going to use the same function of it anyways, which is just doing our actual spawning, add player current spawn. And let's see if that does it. Because that's going to be cool if that does work. Host. All right, it's loading. Oh. Okay, that's a problem. The problem, yeah, is that there's 2 of us. Huh. Interesting. There's 2 of me. That's kind of cool, kind of bad. That's weird. That's so weird. Wait, let's see if it oh, I can't even like lose my mouse because they're both getting the inputs. Oh. Wait, can I? Maybe I can like make them on top of each other. Oh, I can. Look at this. Look at this. I'm being smart. Oh. We're like a little team. Woo! Oh, there he goes. Wait, and then I do this. Wait. Okay, no, I need to stop playing around with this. Stop playing around with that. 4 player, add player, current spawn player data. Okay. We need to say if that already exists. A little cult. It's not a cult. No. There was just a little team action going on. Nothing crazy. That's it. Set initial avatar positions. Okay, so why did the signal get called twice though? On peer connected. So I'm not calling that again. Yeah, because I have it commented out. Peer connected trigger avatar spawn. Yeah, it only called it one time. Is there somewhere else where we're spawning in the host? Shouldn't be. No. Add new player data. No. Yeah, there's nowhere else we're spawning it. Unless it's on the... Ah. That's why. Because we're spawning them right here. But I don't need to do this anymore. And instead, now it's just going to spawn the one. And that's when we load. I feel like we should be spawning when we're midway through the load, though. Oh, we are. Peer connected trigger avatar spawn. Error, cannot get avatar. Interesting. So it tried to call it twice. And we got the same guy. It's gonna spawn Neo from the Matrix, the one. It's doing something. The game's crashing. That's weird. Very weird. Get rid of that. We'll bring it back to where it was on peer connected, because that works. But we want to move it away from peer connected. Already assigned. Where is the error already spawned? I think that's what I need to find. Error already spawned. It wouldn't be here. Gonna raid and run now. Need to do some self-care. Head to bed. Sounds good, iHeart. Sleep well. Appreciate the raid. This one. No, that's already assigned. So that's fine. Error cannot get avatar. That would be in player manager. Your ID, return player. Error cannot get avatar. So this is if there's an avatar. So it was trying to call teleport avatar before it could. Ah, because it was trying to spawn it before it connected here. So really what I need to do is actually bring that back, and we do a global.map loaded.connect on peer connected. And then I take this function and slap it into here. Boom. Not in the for loop. So then we actually spawn them in. Maybe that will work. Bow, bow. Host private. All right. And it spawned 2. But that's because I didn't remove the initial spawning. Yeah. That's this part. Boom. Now we play it. What up, Gamian? How you doing? This should work now. So it's going to on map loaded. We spawn them in. Boom. And the position got set perfectly. Spent a lot of time in the sun today. Almost didn't feel like a game developer. Holy. Dang. It was not sunny here today. Nor did I go outside. Let's see. Ah. And that spawned the same guy. Because that happened on server only. On Pure Connected. So this needs to happen. Wait, but weird. Set initial avatar positions. For player data and player manager players, var data equals player data generate dictionary. That's fine. We are printing out. Yeah. This one on map loaded does come with the Pure ID. Justin getting record viewership right here? No, not really. Our record is 300. That was when but that was when we got rated by the Godot engine. I'd say 70 concurrent is really good numbers. I'd say 75 concurrent's really good. On Pure Connected. But that's one of those like self things that I like hold the bar up thing. I'm not a good enough streamer yet to hold 70 concurrent or 75 concurrent. So it just means I gotta get better. Become a better streamer. Find where I can make it better. Purely skill issue. 1K concurrent. 1K concurrent is your 0.01% or 0.001% of Twitch. That is you can live off of the ad revenue from streaming. Because 1K concurrent, if you run 3 minutes of ads per hour, then it roughly translates to about $2,200 a month in ad revenue. Kind of crazy. Roughly. On Pure Connected. Yeah, if that was the case, then we'd be hiring people. Dial Tant Dev, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. I mean, you can do it. The most charismatic Godot streamer / developer. Aw, shucks. Gotta start spreading the rumors. Oh, I thought you were complimenting me for a second, Shotos. I was like, oh, you think that? Now I see. They're just rumors. Like your cut, G. Oh, I mean, a marketing campaign. That's a good idea, Shotos. Are you gonna head up the marketing campaign? And then all of a sudden people come over, they're like, whoa, the most charismatic Godot streamer developer? No way. And then they see me sitting here like, what do we do now? And then they immediately just, nope, turn it off, get it out of here. OMG, all my old friends are here. What are you talking about, Cam? Let's go to the debug. That's the path. That's fine. That's not like a big issue. Kavino and iHeart, both in the old people. Wait, I'm not old. I'm young and spry. What do you mean? You call me old? I'm not even 30 yet. Crazy. Old people. Nah, so old. Munglo's the one talking. Let's see. So we have the map loaded signal, but it's not getting the right people. Let's go back to the global here. Map loaded. And it has the PID. Let's print that PID as well. See what it's doing. Oh wait, we are. Peer connected. Oh, but it's also the server doing that. Maybe that's part of the issue. Peer ID. Let's put a space there. Space there. Yeah. I'm 47. Now get off my 8-bit lawn. I'd rather be old than a teenager. Oh, got him. Imagine being a teenager. Oh, man. Oh, Cam. Young Cam. Young, naive Cam. Crazy. Am I right? This kind in there. I'm not reading that. Nope, not reading that, Shotos, but I know what you mean. Yep. Those teenagers and their TikToks. Yo, and their random numbers. Something about a singing toilet. Cam and his youngin' generation. Crazy. Yeah, it's just only spawning us. Even though it's said that they're connected. Consider how you're setting this code to ignore the lobby and player manager. Why? So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get it so when we load into the map, then we're gonna call to spawn. That way we can get our proper spawn points. That's kind of the intention. I'm also trying to move it away from peer connected. But yeah, it's not doing that. Peer connected. Wait, did that even print? Peer connected 1. Okay. And the other one did not. Did not load the map. Do you have any game logic core class, like the one that handles game state game mode? I do have something that handles game states, like everything we went over, where we have the lobby manager with the lobby state and then the connection state. Go to class, say check wind conditions. Oh, the wind condition checker? Or is it spread out over things in the actual map? There's nothing in the lobby about that. Do this, do that. I'll bring it back to where it was. I think I had this above, but I'll put it down here. So this way, if I do it this way, it works. The other ways it doesn't though. So it's something about peer connected is firing after we start loading the map. That's what I'm noticing. Which means in our lobby manager, yeah. So we have start host that does this, but join host Okay, join host doesn't load the map. On Steam Lobby joined, it does. But not on eNet. Find it easier to control what goes where when piping things through a class that decides what should happen. Team A scores called team scores team A in the rule class. That bumps points check. Well, I have a scoreboard. Like I have that. That's in the map itself. We have a scoreboard here. And then we just call team scored with the team. So we say team scored .rpc. Yeah. The game has several state machines which transition on events like player login, logout, scoring regulation match events. Oh. Removing the result of the event is focused to a focused collected class, only do it deciding what happens. Yeah, we could probably change it to that. But we're not at the scoring stuff yet, or like the game rules stuff yet. We're still in the lobby and trying to move the peer connected to spawn in the player avatar, which is only happening in the lobby, to happening not on peer connected, because that's bad. Just happens in the class game mode or rules, whatever. Here it is. It's weird that on peer connected, I mean, like, we do want it to spawn the moment it connects, but at the same time, keeping it separated and then say, hey, I loaded into the map makes sense. It'd also be the class that starts the match. Yeah, I get all that. I get all that, Munglo. I'm not there yet, so I don't even want to think about it. Global map loaded connect. Because that's how I get all over the place. So focusing on one problem at a time. Global map loaded. This goes off when we load. And we emit the ID. But change map seems to only be called by the host. So let's see. And when it starts, players will be relocated to their spawns. That's not... We're not there yet. I mean, unless you're saying, like, you make the rule set and you apply it to the lobby as well. But the lobby's a little different. Lobby's a little different. And we already have the positioning done from the player manager. We're just trying to get a signal for when it loads. You could have people swinging around like mad fellows, but once you start the match, bam, everything reacts to game start, resets players to get teleported to spawn location. We already have that. That's already a thing. Okay, global map loaded emit. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to just load the players into the map, and when they load into the map, we're trying to add their avatar to the map. Who loads the map? That's a good question. What ends up happening is on the lobby browser, so the host loads into their map, and then on the lobby browser, when they select a lobby, then they change their own map. So the client is changing their map because they're not quite connected yet. And the map's ready. Do a call to player manager request spawn. Since it's a request, jump to host with RPC. So when they load into the map, oh, maybe I wasn't RPCing it, that's why. They load into the map, loading screen's going. When they finish loading, signal gets emitted saying, hey, I just loaded. And it should emit with their get unique ID. I don't think this is the right ID though. I don't think they're connected yet. I think something else is happening here. Let me print their, let's do print in loading multiplayer.get unique ID. I just want to see who this is because I think this is saying it's still peer 1, so it's emitting with with 1 because it's not fully connected. That's my guess. In loading 1, that worked. Join. In loading. Oh no, that worked. Okay, so the signal emitting worked. This is still on peer join though. So then what I need to do is back to the lobby scene. I connect this, but this needs to be an RPC out for add player, not just that. Forget the signal, that doesn't work in multiplayer. But it just did. The signal literally just worked. Only on the game instance. Get the game instance request. Signals don't jump network. Why did that work then? Is that just because it's eNet? It just worked. Like, you said that they don't work, but they did. Right here. Each game instance loaded the level and printed. 1 for each game instance. Yeah. Isn't... So then, the question is, how do I... If the... Alright, so if a signal's not the play, let me remove it. And then go to global. Remove that. Just call player manager request spawn. Well, that's, we can't do that yet. I need to make that. There's spawn player data with the custom spawn function. And then we'll do a function for request avatar spawn. Indicating the function is a game instance asking to do something. And I assume I want a peer ID with it to say who's requesting. This is what I do when I try to keep track of our code. Russian network. No. Oh, so I don't want a peer ID with it. You just want to call that on the game instance that wants to spawn it. Okay. But I need then it jumps network to host. So this is an RPC. But in our spawner, we need the player data. Handle spawn request. It will make sense. Okay. So it does need an argument then of handle spawn request. Or is that like a built-in function? RPC. Just do it and you'll see. But this function needs to do something. Not that. So it's not an different RPC. Authority? Another function. Two functions. But what do the functions do is what I'm asking. Because right now it does nothing. Handle or RPC handle spawn request. One requests called on game instance to jumps network to host. I can't tell you what to write in them unless you write them. I am so wildly lost. Row 49, call the RPC on host. Okay, I'm gonna actually change this. And do handle spawn request, RPC ID, whoa. RPC ID 1. Or I can do it the opposite way. I don't remember if there was a difference between doing it this way. I don't remember if there was. I think there was. There was a difference. I don't remember what the difference was, though. And then RPC any peer reliable and call local. Okay. I like to do it this way though. And then this would probably do the avatar spawner. Now on 54, resolve who requested it. Okay, so if, which it's always going to be the server requesting this anyways, because it's RPC ID. Oh, interesting. Var PID equals multiplayer dot get remote sender ID. If PID 0, then PID 1. PID 0. Yeah. Now get the player data. So get player PID. Check. I and Alamy. I and Ian Alamy. Holy moly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. Pick a spawn, spawn them in. Okay. So now I need to actually spawn them, which I have a... Let's see. Handle spawn request. So I'm going to say avatar spawner dot spawn, or current spawn pull spawn with the get play player PID. Okay. Hi, hello. Comment them up. Yeah, I need to finish it first before I do that. Then after the spawn, I need to set their position. So then I do teleport avatar with the PID, and then get avatar spawn point. I'm gonna set that as a variable first. Var data equals get player PID data. Oh, but I need to spawn the dictionary, not the data. Dot generate data dictionary. Player spawn point, which needs the data, like so. No. You spawn them in on the position you are in for a hard time. Never spawn something in the wrong place and move them. They should be in the exact position rotation when joining the tree. So I need to go into the avatar spawner, and then on the player data, I need to add a spawn location to them. Better just place it where they should be. Let's do player dot global transform equals data, and we'll call starting transform So then on the player data node or player data, I need to have a starting transform here when we generate the data dictionary. Oops. Starting transform. And this needs to be the function, which is under here. And it is spawn data dictionary, this thing, get avatar spawn point. But I need to do the transform instead. But I can't do that because it doesn't exist yet. Add it to the dictionary before using it. Okay. Where were we? Handle spawn request. So then var data dictionary, data dot generate data dictionary. And then I need to say data dictionary. Crap, how do I add a key to it? I think I just write it and I do starting transform equals then I need to do the team, which is this part. It's basically get avatar spawn point, but I need the transform. So I'll just do the same thing. And then I'll just do global transform. And then data dot team. There we go. And it's on the host. The host has map loaded. That's right. Okay. And then spawn with the data dictionary. I believe that works. So then in the avatar spawner though, we have that starting transform. Starting transform. It is global transform? Yeah. And then we don't teleport because it already has that. This also ensures host has the map loaded since it's how the host spawns in too. Okay. So now I just call, when we load into the map, I call request avatar spawn. Comment out. Let's see. Checks who sends this. If host change PID to 1. $47. Call this on game instance to spawn in. Call on game instance to spawn in. So is this making it that so that they Host side handling spawn request. Yeah. Okay. Handle spawn request. See how it works? In a game instance in network can call the request spawn whenever, but host still decides to do the spawning. Yes, that makes sense. Okay. So then when I call this though, I need this called on the game instance to spawn in. So it would be maybe in the lobby scene on ready. What up, Tricky? 56. Host remote will be 0. Oh. Host remote is 0. Yeah. Your hair, what about it? Yeah, my condolences. It's all good. It grows back. Let's see. Okay, so to actually call this now, we need to go into the lobby scene, and maybe on the ready of the lobby scene, we request avatar spawn. You asked for that? No. Technically, you could also check it to be host and handle spawn request to be called on other game instances locally. And that can trip you up. That sounds very confusing. Do it yourself? No. I just went and I said, I want the sides to a 3 and scissors on top. And bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Okay, so now on the lobby scene in the ready, I just request avatar spawn because that's when they load into the map anyways. So in first, like in the handle function, check if server. Just to make sure. If multiplayer dot is server is not server. Okay. Shouldn't have, but we both know who is writing the code. Yeah, professional game developer is. Am I the only one who said something about your hair? No. No. You seem to be the most offended though. Better fails than make weird things happen. Yeah. But I do call this here. I remove the peer connected thing. And then just on ready, player manager dot request avatar spawn. And then remove this. And then I don't need to set initial. And that's it. Or lobby scene, I guess. Yeah. Like the one who always notices. What? Wherever it is, yeah. All right, let's see if this works. Scene is loaded. Game instance who loaded it will request to spawn in. All right, let's see. Loading. Perfect. Join. Cool. And now that we already have them, when I start, boom. Okay, so then I just have to fix that. Okay. So then I don't need anything else. So don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. And then don't need this. There we go. Transition screen for hiding stuff when moving to a game map, maybe? Well, we do have that. That's kind of the thing. Is that's what I wanted the loading screen for. But yeah. So I mean, you overcomplicating things a little bit. And I could put another timer. Maybe. Put it to 2 seconds instead of 1, but that seems weird. Try to remember it clear in the head. There is server instances, not just a node, classes, but also game as a whole. There's several instances, not just nodes and classes, but also the game as a whole. Yeah, the way I think about it is you have 2 game instances per, or you have 1 per player. And then you're synchronizing to make sure that they're all the same. Avatar class might be 10 instances for 10 players. That means there's 100 instances across the whole network. Oh. So if there's 2 people, then the host has theirs plus the other client. And then the other guy has, let's put a line there. The other guy has theirs plus the other ones. Like that. You don't sync so they're the same. You sync a small amount of data. Well, yeah, I only sync the things that need to be the same. Like on change, the asteroids. Okay. All right. So now in the space map. I think what I need to do is call this before the timer. But I need to do it before or after I set the map size. So I need to do it like this. Or here. And then this part is server. But what I'm gonna do is change that later. Because I don't want this, I want this to be a separate thing to show the countdown. Yeah. It's a brain twister, yeah. Anytime you are uncertain to send to the manager rule class, whatever the focal point of the logic has, usually clears up who it is, who it concerns, who did need, and so on. Okay. So let's see if this will set our positions properly on the map. And then once we have the map settings thing done, we'll have to set up the rule class the rule manager or whatever. Join. Okay. Start. Interesting. So the client loaded before the host. That's weird. Client loaded before the host. Does that mean that the asteroids are off? No, the asteroids are still good. Ooh. Yeah, the asteroids are still good. Yeah, I can't rely on timing things. Yeah. The problem is when we load the game, spawners always existing is the key. I mean, this is from the, like these errors here is from because the client spawned in before the host and it couldn't find the asteroid spawner, but we're not worried about that yet. That's another thing. What we do need to fix is the host needs to load in before the clients. Welcome in, Vongo. Little mega moat. That fits you perfectly, Vongo. There are numerous places in my game where I have to make a client wait for the server to replicate their data down. How would I do that, though? Yeah, map loading is a bit tricky. Yeah, that's what I need to do is I need to have it stop and wait until the host fully loads the map. Ideally, stop and wait until everyone has loaded the map. Implement a spawn queue. Well, they're not spawning into the map. That's the other thing. Is where they're still staying front. It's the exact same avatar as in the lobby. My skateboard coach slash friend slash local skate park owner is stepping down. Aw, that blows. But, okay. So we need to find better way to ensure everyone is loaded. Something like that. Okay. Players spawning to lobby. Fixed. Better. Pipe it through a map loaded and ready. Do it exactly as a spawn request. Oh. And is that in the player manager as well? I would assume so. All right, first we got ads coming, or playing. I'm gonna chuck on the words real quick, heading to level 8. And then when we come back, we will figure out this map spawning thing. There we go. I'll be right back real quick though, and then we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Boop, boop.
All right, I have returned.
Oh my lord, Cavino's back. I missed you so much. Wow. Boom, boom. There we go. Let's finish out these words. Uh-oh. Pier. Oh, we already got pier. I don't know what the letters were. Yikes. Yikes. Just hide those. We don't want to see it. All right, so pipe through map loaded. Put all incoming in queue to wait until the host comes through. Same path. If it's the host, process the queue. Yay. Yay indeed, Mandy. If host is already ready, just teleport. Yay, I won. Vongo, did you get a single? You didn't get a single word, Vongo. What do you mean? What do you mean? So in the player manager, I don't do that because they kind of go together, but that's fine. So let's do, oh, not player manager. This is going to be in the map or in the load? Probably the map. Okay, bye-bye, Mr. Cavino, sir. Have a good one, Vongo. Since it's game logic. How the game runs. Ah. Do you think this is where we would make another global? It results in player avatar positioning. Okay. But as a byproduct of the game state changing and whatnot. Okay. Let's see here. I guess for now, I'll put it in the map for now. So I need, where is this called? You can't have the queue in the map. Oh. So where would I put this queue? Here. Yeah. Howdy, Daniel Pancake. Would stick in the player manager for now. Okay. Since you like the class that does this kind of stuff. So let me put, before I even write the function, to do put this into a, like a game logic class? What would you call, what's at RPC? That is a remote procedure call, so it's for multiplayer. Game rules class. And then I need to game rules holds. Well, actually, I already have the game rules on the global right here. I have my match settings. With our maps and everything else. Change map. Load. So maybe I just put it in here. That could be something, but I would recommend being very careful. Not to mix it with states and such. It is a little... Yeah, I think this whole match settings part here, and then the save and load, I should probably move this somewhere else. Match settings. Would it make sense to have a map settings global that does all this plus the loading queue? Because this is basically the game rules, which is the settings, like the map size, how many captures are required to win, the implosion timer, all that kind of stuff. That might be the play. That is when you break out parts of it into subcategories, like spawn rules, and put it accessible as rules.spawn rules. I don't know how to actually do that. You have like a dictionary of classes or an array of classes. Because I don't know how I would do rules dot and component nodes. Many different ways of doing it. Oh, so what you would do is you would have like, let's use yellow. You would have a node for rules, and then you have another node for, like, as a child of it, for like map size. You'd have another child for items, another one for hazards, and all with their own scripts. Are there no modules in Godot? There's nodes, which I think are like modules. I don't know what a module really is. But yeah, it would be like nodes. So it would look like that. Here. Game logic. But that's the game logic node right here. What's the children of this one? Core.lobby for lobby. Oh, core dot law. So you do core dot game logic. Or core dot, you don't have a rules. And so under game rules for different rule categories. Game logic is the rules. Oh. So yeah. So like what I was saying is under game logic, you have like the map size. You have the items. You have hazards and that kind of stuff. And these are all under game logic, each with their own script to them. Well, it depends on the project. Well, yeah, of course. But that's like the general layout that you have, where each rule set that can change, you kind of put them as their own node with their own script. Interesting. I think what I would do is I like using dictionaries like this. So I'd probably do a match settings global. I stick it into rules until I get a group of things in the same category, then refactor them out into a new node. Yeah, so it's easy as possible to keep track of. That makes sense. With classes of over 500 lines. That also makes sense. So let me do a potentially refactor match settings to a global, to a global class instead. Something like that. And then I could have in the match settings, pre-game, game started, game over. So I would do like enum what did I just call it? What did I call it? Game over. In Pugnarium, my core has its own scene. What goes into it is just that. Core. I see. It's interesting that you have the inputs. Then you have your rule system with spawning rules, the death rules. Huh. Okay, so I want to do maybe game state, and then I'll do like put in game state pre-game started, ended, something like that. And then in pre-game have queue for players loading into map, ensuring everyone loads. Everyone's loaded in. That could probably make sense. Okay. Yeah, it seems to make sense. Yeah. It's one way to organize your stuff, makes it easier for progress, keeping clear places to where things should be. Not much nicer than sifting through a bunch of seemingly unrelated classes for that weird why is that rotated / scaled the wrong way. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I think that makes sense. So what I want to do is for now, C global for match settings refactor. And then we can say, for now, we want to add queue to ensure all players have loaded into map before starting countdown. I think that makes sense. So then handle queue, just like request, what is it? Avatar spawn. And handle avatar spawn. Keeping track of who has successfully loaded into the game or into the map. And that would be the logic for it. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Okay. So if I do I have a function like player loaded map, jump to host with RPC. Yeah, which is the same thing as this. So I would say, on host, you do queue only if host hasn't loaded in yet. When host comes through that, you spawn in host and spawn in queue. Okay. So only start the queue if the host hasn't loaded. I was thinking just start the queue regardless, and then once everyone has loaded, then you go ahead and do it. After each spawn, you do a check, if all spawned in. If so, start the countdown. After each spawn, to see if everyone is loaded in. If so, start countdown. Could do it that way, but that means everyone has to wait for the slowest loading game instance. A lot of games can do kind of that. Yeah, but it would probably be better to get them in there so they can at least move around in that little tiny spawn point thing. Yeah, that would probably make sense. So only start queue when host hasn't loaded. Right, you want to put them in the spawn area as soon as possible. Yeah, so goal, get players into spawn area ASAP. That would make sense. Yeah. Decoded Logic, how you doing? Welcome in. And host comes through the same function, process the queue. Now, where does this get called though? Is this called in the, like, in the loading screen, or would this be in the ready of the map? That's the next question. It would probably be in the on map loaded. So on the maps ready. Yeah. On the maps. Right. Whoa, that's not underscore. Ready. Alright, my talks with work to increase my pay failed. They pay me as support, but I do programming. Now instead of actually coding, I'm just vibe coding. Oh, yikes. Yikes. That's tough. That's tough. Dang. That's very tough. I guess it comes down to like, you gotta show that you've increased the revenue to adhere to, or to logically go out and be like, see, this is why I'm worth more. Kind of makes sense. Trick could be to check all players. That should be part of the match. Has avatar. Check after each avatar spawns if match isn't running. Check all players. That should be part of the match. Has avatar. No, because we already have the avatars from the lobby. That's already checking. Yeah, forgot you don't spawn the avatar. Right. We keep them in the lobby. Plus, that's gonna make our life easier for the customizations later on. Software company. I made them a custom API reference suite, redesigned their documentation platform, and saved them thousands of dollars. Not a support ticket monkey at this point, and they call me the docs owner. That's crazy. That's crazy, and they didn't think like, hey, this guy's kind of important. So you need some kind of ready bool flag in the player data. Oh, player data needs some sort of is loaded in map pool, because I have a ready in the lobby. We're going to ready them up for saying like, hey, I'm ready to start the game. Yeah, just a contractor to them, I guess. 3 years with them and no conversion. They hired some lady full time. Her job, rate docs. But the system I made, oh, that's insane. I've heard stories like that. That's crazy. Very crazy. Okay. Game instance loads map, tells the host to set the map has map loaded flag to true on their player data. This bool is set from game. Actually, do this down here. Phoenix Dragon Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. So it's called the map's ready here. To also flip this, including the player data bool flip. Okay, that's making sense. Yeah. I'm basically just trying to pseudocode this out right now, plan it out, because it's gonna be a big thing. And when starting the match, set all the loaded map flags back to false. Would you quit? I'm currently looking for a new job ASAP. Yeah, if you don't feel like you're, now I'm not gonna tell you to quit your job, but if you're not feeling like you are like respected at the place that you work, if you don't feel like you're receiving the proper treatment, I mean, statistics say that you're going to make way more and have a better experience by swapping companies. So, I mean, I wouldn't quit, but I would probably start searching. And if you find something, then you go, then you can, then you could. But But yeah, it all depends. If you like the place you work, if it's comfortable, if you want to go further, expand further. I'm probably the worst person to ask because I'm not a fan of like, I like to be my own boss type deal. So I'm not really a fan of working for others besides like the customer or the employees at that point. If you do it with the bool flag and listen to the player data changed, you don't need the queue. Oh. I want to be my own boss soon, but need income first. Yeah, I think the big thing is why not do both at the same time? That's usually the best way to go about it. Is you have a job and then you have your side hustle. Job. And then you have your side. And then you keep working on the side while you're still doing your job and you're getting paid so you can live. And then once that side hustle starts passing the amount of money that you're making in your job, then you flip. That's usually the way I would go if I have like responsibilities and stuff, especially. Yeah. And wait for host to flip the map loaded bool. When the host does, position everyone. Oh, so wait for player data changed with the bool. Working on that at Batonic to do that. Yeah, just painful right now. Absolutely. Is this your main job? It is indeed. It is indeed. Player data changed with bool. Wait for player data bool to flip. Might not need queue. And instead check whose bool is flipped. And then after all this, don't forget to reset the bool. Bam. There we go. I think that's good. Yeah. But yeah, this being my main job, I wouldn't, it doesn't pay like a job. You can't live off of this right now. At least I can't. It's like, I'm making like $200 a month, $250, somewhere around there. Some months are better than others, but it's not enough to live. I've had back savings before jumping to this. They're slowly running dry, quickly running dry, actually, quickly. Q is to solve who to spawn the host, where to spawn them, early birds. With the bool and the player data, you can leverage that instead. Might only need the bool flip instead of Q. Let's do that. Yeah. Safe to move to team spawn. Right. All right. I think we have the plan for tomorrow. I am absolutely positively starving right now. My stomach keeps making noises and I don't know what's going on there. So we are going to head out. Alrighty, folks, we are calling it here today. I will catch each and every one of you tomorrow, where this is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna head out to Mad Chirpy. We haven't been able to raid Mad Chirpy in ages, but we got the plan. We just gotta flip a bool. That's the plan. Yes, flip a bool. It's all written out. There's no way we will struggle with this tomorrow. Definitely no way. Yeah. Spam the emotes if you got them. Otherwise, again, catch you all tomorrow. Adios. Wait for it. 3 seconds. Wait 3 seconds so then it loads. It's loading. Wait. We still see the viewer number climbing as it's going to raid. So weird that it does this. Adios. Boop. There we go. And then 1 sec, YouTube. Boom, 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 boom. And then do this.
Right now.
That. There we are. Bye, YouTube.
Just